planned by correction.
Hey, there we go. My mic's unmuted too. Excellent. We are making steady progress in remembering how to stream. What's up, folks? Good morning. Happy Saturday. And welcome to the long-awaited question mark return of Games Bond. It's been a hot minute. And it's been an expected hassle. I feel retroactively justified, which I guess vindicated is the word for that, in my putting off doing this stream, as I was spending some time this morning trying to get James Bond Top Agent to run. It wasn't that huge of a deal, but man, I'm looking forward to being past these Java phone games, because they are always a little bit of a handful. But I was determined to get back on the horse and continue with Games Bond, because it's been, I looked at the spreadsheet and realized we didn't even play anything for the entire duration of March. And I'm feeling some amount of pressure to get going and to wrap up, quite frankly. We're approaching what could be described as the home stretch, and I want to finish this project this year. And I feel like we are not really on pace to do so currently. It's extremely doable. I'm not saying I don't think we will get to do it, but if the pace continues to be as glacial as it has been for the first quarter of 2025, then we're not looking good. So, in other words, we need to pick up the pace. We need to get some games going, and we need to get some games bonding. And we'll get there. What's up, guys? Terminus. What's up, Dark Rift? What's up, lurkers in chat, VOD viewers, and everybody else? Finally, also, I feel like getting a early Saturday stream going. It's been a while. It's been, I don't know. It's just a weird thing, because I feel like I've spent the last, year and a half introducing streams by saying, oh, it's been a weird schedule recently, or oh man, it's been a hectic period, or oh man, I've been canceling streams left and right. I don't know. I feel like I'm making a bigger deal out of it than I should. I'm feeling self-conscious about my constant addressing of this fact, other than just accepting that that's probably just how things are, and also that that's totally fine. It's like, it isn't a big deal to begin with, but I feel guilty about it because I have this sort of self-imposed, not need or requirement really, but certainly an ambition and desire to keep things on a kind of a smooth, regular schedule, because not only is it my perception that it makes for a better viewing experience, it tends to make for a better streaming experience on my end too. As long as I don't attempt to commit to a schedule that it's not sustainable for one reason or another, I like having it being a regular thing. I like being able to rely on the sort of habit of what it's supposed to be, as opposed to feeling like I have to put in a bunch of extra work for it, or have to figure out on the fly when and how to do things, etc., etc. But that's kind of beside the point. I don't know. I feel strongly that none of you should care about it. Whether or not you do, I feel like it shouldn't be a concern, really. What matters is that we're here today, and we are ready, finally, for the next Games Bond chapter. I have not forgotten that we also have the next impending bonus mission, which will be some attempt at playing the DVD trivia game. Actually, those of you who didn't see, here we go. 007 edition, Seen It, the DVD game, still in its shrink wrap. Maybe we'll take some time today to open it up and take a look at it. I don't know. This is obviously not a video game, which is why it was not included in the main list of games. But it is a partially digital form of entertainment. And I believe that there is supposed to be some kind of alternate solo playing mode that we should be able to maybe orchestrate a way of playing kind of together. I don't know if there's going to be some kind of way to play me against chat. We're gonna have to workshop something. So the first step, obviously, well, I mean, I have to unwrap it before anything else. But I'm gonna need to rip the DVD because I don't have an actual DVD, like optical disc drive in my computer. And then I'm probably gonna have to look at it a little bit off stream to figure out how this will work. Worst case scenario, like if it's not possible to really actually play it, we can at the very least spend a stream enjoying the contents of the DVD, and I'm sure that will be 1000% mega DMCA territory, so that'll probably be its own kind of special thing. Although I guess I will make sure, I don't usually do that, but for that occasion I should make sure to record the stream locally, I guess. But yeah, this is coming up, I guess, after Top Agent. Initially, the plan was finish this sort of chunk of mobile games, and then play this, and then take a little bit of a break, perhaps, and then do the Quantum of Solace games all sort of in one go, because they're the next thing. But as it happens, we've been doing nothing but taking breaks since. But still, there will be kind of a natural breaking point after this current game that's coming up today, Top Agent, because the next 4 games after that will be Quantum of Solace. There will be the 360 Quantum of Solace first, I think. And then there's the... what is it? There's the PS2 game, the DS game, and the mobile phone game. And so it seemed... I wouldn't want to do this, like, in between all of that. Like, I want to make sure to do those 4 games kind of back to back. So, we should do this before those, at least. What's up, why not? Goatee _ welcome. Yeah, guys, like, scheduling is, like I said, it's more of a kind of convenience for me, but it also, like, it's different for everyone, right? Because a regular schedule that works for me could end up being completely incompatible for viewers in certain parts of the world, and maybe for those people it's a blessing to have my Saturday streams happening like anywhere from 9 a.m. to like 6 p.m. Like, I start at very different times every Saturday, so like maybe that's a feature, maybe that's a good thing. I don't really know. What's up, Father Axekeeper? Always with the wonderful emote combos there. Always a good time. So yeah, we've got that coming up. A few other bits of housekeeping before we get going. Also, by the way, not sponsored by Kong. Well, I mean, I guess they're never sponsored, but not featuring Kong Strong. Today we've got Celsius Live Fit Electric Lemonade being clearanced out. Has 7 vitamins, essential energy trademark in English, natural flavors. Drink Celsius as part of a varied, active, and healthy lifestyle. Give you more energy throughout the entire day. That sounds like some bullshit. I mean, I guess I don't really need to read too much fine print to realize this is probably not good for me, but, you know, that's fine. Natural flavors. Had worse? Had worse? What's the rating out of 5 for the taste? I mean, it's fine. I feel like I wouldn't use a 5-star rating for flavors in general or culinary experiences, although I don't know that this is qualified for that. I feel like when it comes to soda and energy drinks and whatever the fuck this is, it does, like, it sort of, I feel like the scale goes from like repulsive to like I can drink it to acceptable to, and it's like it's fine to like actually good. And I guess this is fine. This gets a fine out of good. It's fine. I wouldn't seek it out for the flavor. But it is in no way objectionable. So I got a peach flavor. Yeah, I figure this has like a pretty neutral flavor, right? Because it's like, what did it say? I mean, it's called electric lemonade, but it said it was like a description of the, yeah, carbonated energy drink with sweetener. Flavors lemon and berries, but it doesn't really taste lemony, which is a good thing because lemon's fine, but as like a flavor, it tends to be a bit, if there's like an intense lemon flavor, it's either just sour because lemon's sour, or it's like really artificial, and this is pretty mild. So as far as like lemonade flavored energy drinks go, it's fine. Anyway, in other housekeeping news, you may have seen this if you're on my Discord. I did a while back, standing there behind me, get the Turtles of Grayskull Leonardo. I did since get Donatello and Michelangelo. And finally, as of yesterday, the other day, I have secured Raphael. And I was a little bit concerned because this guy was a little harder to get, a little pricier, but I was able to keep my cool and the price came down at least somewhat. Actually, I do have technically still, I need to cancel that, but I because he was super expensive locally, I ordered this figure from Big Bad Toy Store where he was 20 bucks. But obviously there's shipping, there's other fees and shit involved. So anything that is 20, I think it was 20.99. By the time I have it in hand, I will have paid probably about 35 euros, somewhere in that neighborhood, between 30 and 35. So this figure basically dropped down in price far enough to be less than that. So I pulled the trigger and ordered it because I figured it wasn't really going to get that much cheaper. It was like, in fact, I was going to say it was likely to get more expensive before getting cheaper. It dipped down to a low. Like day by day, the price dropped a little bit, and then it started going up just a tiny little bit, and I said, fuck it. So I ordered it. Which means I now have $21 of store credit at BBTS, which I will spend on something sooner or later. Like, I don't usually feel too bad about ordering stuff, keeping it in my pile of loot, and then canceling it. Because the way my brain works is like, if I can afford to spend that money then, or quite frankly, whether or not I can afford it, I suppose, the money is spent, and if you buy something and you keep it in your pile of loot for longer than I think a week, 2 weeks maybe, and you then return it or cancel it, you won't get refunded, but you will get store credit back, which is fine by me because that's the thing. If I have store credit, I won't feel guilty for spending it, but if I were to get refunds, actual refunds, then I have to actually make that decision of whether I want to spend the money there or, you know, for something actual important. But I do now also have at BBTS the Shredder figure, and the Shredder figure, if I buy it here, it's like 50 something euros. Like, it's really expensive. And I feel very satisfied now because I have the 4 turtles. I have, so to speak, Shredder, and because I didn't set a goal exactly when I first got them. I have Casey Jones and Tila. Casey Jones was the first one I got, and I was just kind of tempted, and I got it on a whim because it was really cheap. It was like 10 euros, and he has like this whole slew of accessories, and it's a great figure. And that just kind of rekindled my excitement for these figures that I have been kind of lukewarm on for a while because Mattel is being weird with availability. And at that point, I was like, man, there's so many of these Turtles of Grayskull figures that are really cool. And I kind of want to get them. I'm excited to collect He-Man figures again. And but at some point, between, I guess, costs and just figuring out where to even fucking put these guys and whatever, I kind of decided that I can get the Turtles and I can get Shredder. And because some of these are already, well, these aren't exactly brand new, but not all of them are very available anymore. And in fact, this is the second version of Raphael, because he's got the you can see the packaging. The original wave had this packaging with He-Man and Leo, and it's got this kind of riff on the original Motu box with the mutagen explosion, whatever. And then the later assortment have the Snake Men box. So this version, technically speaking, sort of, I guess anyway, is like the Snake armor version of Raphael. But it's not really super explicitly Snake themed or anything. In fact, many of them aren't. Even in the original Motu line, there's like Snake armor He-Man and Snake armor Skeletor and whatever else. And some of them, like Skeletor, has like his armor is just this big Cobra thing. But some of them are just like, it's just an alternate version of the figure. And this is kind of like that too. Like, there's nothing really, for me, for my purposes, this is just a He-Man Donatello, and I'm perfectly happy with it. But the point being, the original Turtles of Grayskull, Donnie and Raph are basically not, you can't really get them very easily. And that, that includes some other ones too. And so Shredder, I guess, isn't necessarily super, he's not guaranteed to be available, and some of the other ones aren't either. So I have Shredder on in my pile of loot. And because, like, I basically just decided for myself that I can save myself from a bunch of heartache by basically deciding that I don't really care if I get any more than this. So strictly speaking, I didn't decide exactly. Like, I still have an Amazon wish list with a bunch of figures, including Mouse Jaw, but he's like closer to 40 euros. And the thing is, like, the one figure that's top of my list basically is Two Bop Steady, because basically what I determined was even though there's a lot of just cool, fun-looking figures in this line, I figured I can just keep this to a pretty tight Turtles group, and if there's characters in the Turtles universe that are a fun figure that I can put in this group, I'll be happy to get them. So like I wouldn't mind having April, but the April figure isn't very cool. So it's like it would be more of a completionist thing to have her. Whereas Shredder feels like I want him and he's a cool figure. Two Bop Steady is also a great figure, and if I put them together, it would be nice to have, maybe a few more villains. But Two Bop Steady is really the only one that I'm like kind of passionate about, because it's both because of the coolness of the figure and like how much I care about the characters. Mouse Jaw is an awesome figure, but he's a Motu character, right? So that's why he's like pretty, like, not like there are other cooler figures. Maybe there's the Ninjor figure that has the big dragon head. There's the like the mutated translucent bright blue merman that's like a super cool figure. But I kind of decided, I guess, that I'm not really, I don't want to approach it like I want to get all of them, or that they're all on the table. But most likely I'll end up not getting Mouse Jaw. But the thing about that is that I do think it's a fun, cool figure that also is like just a cool, fun He-Man figure. And that's why I like this line a lot, because I think their general approach to designing the figures, you know, some hit harder than others for sure, but I like having this sort of self-contained little, you know, barbarian fantasy version of the Turtles. And I think the figures themselves, just in general, setting aside the costume designs, just like the Motu aesthetic with the proportions and the vibrant colors, like, make for very fun TMNT figures to me. Like, TMNT has like 55 different toy lines that are all currently active right now, not even just like historically. And they come in such a wide range of aesthetics and scales and formats and everything. But these have that like fun factor that I enjoy. Plus, I do think the character designs are really cool. So like, if they were to release just a set of extremely vanilla Turtles in this style, I still think these would be more appealing to me because they have the kind of gimmick of the theming and everything. But they have a lot of, like, even if you didn't care about, or even if you didn't even know about Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, you were somehow a Master of the Universe fan who was not aware of the existence of the Ninja Turtles, these are just figures and characters that would fit into any kind of Motu collection, which I think is really fun. And they all have these kind of original designs that you've never seen in other figures and everything. Like, it's just a great line. And I don't know what it would be, but it would be fun to imagine some other crossover thing. Like, if they're done with this, like, whatever would be next. I have no idea what it would even be. Well, actually, I guess they are, because they're doing Thundercats, which I forgot about because I don't really care about Thundercats. And those are actually kind of cool in the sense that they're kind of doing both, because the Thundercats figures they're kind of like deluxe figures because they have a bunch of extra parts and stuff. So they all have, like, sort of by default, they have this He-Manized version of their costumes and stuff. They have like extra armor and different weapons or what have you, but they're all sort of designed to be just like these are. I mean, it kind of comes with the territory with how Motu figures are designed originally. The armor stuff is all kind of modular and removable. So some of the Thundercats figures will come with, I think, like alternate boots and different like arms maybe, or gauntlets and stuff. So you can basically sort of mix and match pieces, or have them either be more traditional like the original Thundercats designs, or these like new He-Man-esque Thundercats. I have never watched Thundercats. I have zero connection to that property. But I could certainly be convinced to get some of those figures because they look like fun, good figures, just like these. And it's not like a gigantic roster of characters either. I guess like I would be happy to just get a small handful of the main crew. So I'm like extremely open, and I mean, obviously Thundercats is like they're so close together to begin with, like conceptually, thematically, aesthetically. I would be sort of more excited to see like what insane shit they could do. I mean, they did do, I think it was just one set. I think it was 2 figures. But they did a Stranger Things thing with like, I mean, I've never watched that show. I don't know anything about it, but there's some kind of monster creature thing that they made like a He-Man figure of, and I think it was some sort of a crossover similar to this, where some character, it's like a blend of like a mashup of different characters or something. But yeah, like whatever it would be, it'd be fun to see what form it could take, and I could see myself like, even if the main Motu Origins line, for all intents and purposes, is kind of dead to me, because the almost all new characters or new figures in that like original line are all only sold exclusively through Mattel Creations, which is their online store. That I think there might be a UK version, but they don't ship like within EU, so like I literally can't buy those figures. But if they do other shit like this, like, I kind of lost interest in collecting the line. I thought these were cool, but because I had kind of lost interest, I didn't pay too close attention to these until I just kind of stumbled into them on Swedish Amazon and was kind of reminded that, you know what, maybe I should get these, especially because like Casey Jones came up as a recommended thing and it was really cheap. I was like, oh, well, I guess maybe I should get this, and turned out I really like these. So who knows? The Guybrush. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of, that's the thing, like, there's a lot of 80s cartoon property stuff that gets a lot of, you know, it's all kind of the same stuff, and I don't have nostalgia for Masters of the Universe because of that stuff. Like, I was aware of the toys as a kid, but they were kind of old, and it wasn't really, like, I had a friend who had older brothers, so he had kind of a hand-me-down Castle Grayskull and some figures, and that was cool. But I was definitely more into G.I. Joe. I was more into Turtles. I was more into Transformers. And with the exception of Turtles, none of those I had watched the cartoons, or like, it was just the toys. And TMNT was like the one cartoon that I remember seeing. So Thundercats was never a thing here. Like, G.I. Joe, He-Man, Mask, whatever else, like, aside from stuff that literally didn't air at all, like, the cartoon stuff was not really my, there's, or, you know, you mentioned Silverhawks, there's stuff like Insectoids or whatever they're called, like, there's a bunch of stuff that people in America or other countries have like this massive nostalgia for, and it's all kind of connected into this same sort of bubble of properties that were very roughly contemporaneous with each other. I don't have that strong of a connection to that stuff, partially, you know, because I'm you know, if I'd been 5 years older, it might be different. If I'd been, you know, in a country where those things were more prominent, it might have been different. If I'd had, you know, if I wasn't the youngest in a, you know, a big family, and, you know, was basically, I didn't get that many of my own toys. Even if, I mean, I might have gotten more than my older siblings for that matter, but there was, you know, kind of hand-me-downs and stuff too, and, you know, I don't have that same kind of nostalgia for that stuff. And even more so, I would say, when it comes to this kind of like crossover-y type stuff, if I were to imagine like what would be a fun thing for Motu to cross over with for this kind of line, I don't think any of those things would be even like on my radar for me to think of. I don't know why this is what I'm thinking of. Probably because I was watching Mr. Radon stream an hour ago, but I was thinking like the Terminator or something, you know? Like, NECA has done all these toy lines, or, you know, they've done stuff with properties that also happen to have older toy lines and video games and stuff. So they've done like Terminator and Predator and Alien and all that kind of stuff, and they made these kind of novelty video game inspired versions of TMNT and whatever else. But they also made like new figures inspired specifically by some of the older Kenner toys of Terminator and Aliens. Like, there was a toy line that was based on the Aliens cartoon that I don't think ever happened. Like, the cartoon never happened, but the figures did. And they made like toys that are kind of in their realistic modern style, but the designs are kind of based on those old Kenner toys, which I think is a fun idea, even if I think the actual old toys are kind of more fun than the like the sort of modern realistic versions of them. But I don't know, that just stuck out in my mind. Like, what if you got like this sort of Motu styled Arnold, and like whatever the assortment of figures would be, and if you got like Terminatorized versions of the He-Man characters or some shit, like, you know, I don't know, that would be fun. Or whatever property you could think of, you know. Double Dragon, sure. I mean, I've got the these guys, right? The Syndicate collectible 7-inch Billy and Jimmy. But dude, I'd take a Motu style Double Dragon lineup any day. More likely though, I guess we'd get like Karate Kid or some shit. There was I mean, TMNT have crossed over with everyone, including Karate Kid, but I feel like they've been Karate Kid figures from other things too. I don't know. More likely than not, it would cross over with something that I'm not terribly interested in. But the cool thing is, because I do like the Motu figures and the concepts, and especially, you know, the creativity they've showcased with these original designs for the Turtles figures, they could cross over with something I have no interest in, but still do something cool with it that I would find pretty fun. So anyway, I'm happy to have these. There is actually, I think it's up for pre-order now, a box set of Motu figures that is like surprisingly just available at retail, but I guess it's because it's a box set. I forget what it's called, but it's a set of 4 figures that, like, I don't know if they're brand new original characters. I think they might be, and they're not really necessarily. It's like, kind of like an army builder box of some kind, and I don't know if they're like horde characters or there's some new thing, but they actually look kind of cool. It's like 4 of them. There's one guy who's this kind of dark knight thing with like got a helmet and armor. Like they're kind of in that sort of they're like evil characters, and they're kind of monstrous, and they're kind of this sort of fantasy themed. Like I'm definitely half tempted to get that set. So I'm like slowly slipping back into collecting Motu figures again, which, you know, I have mixed feelings about. I was very upset to have a line be like the most fun thing I've collected in years, and just having the interest killed by the company putting them out because of their weird business decisions. But at the same time, having reached that point where I wasn't like feeling a compulsion to get a bunch of new figures all the time, like it is kind of a relief. It's kind of like with Storm Collectibles. I was upset when they kind of, I guess they lost the license, or, you know, they stopped doing Mortal Kombat. And it's like, oh, that's a bummer. There's a lot of figures they didn't, or, you know, characters they didn't get to. But it's also like, it's nice to know that they won't be announcing a new figure for $100 that I'm like, oh, I should get this. Like, just not having to worry about it. It feels pretty great. It's a relief. And I mean, with Storm, especially, just on a quick side note, with the Storm Arena stuff coming up, which is like extremely exciting. They're, you know, budget priced 6-inch figures that look phenomenal so far. I mean, they look better than their larger scale figures, and they're more what I would have wanted, and they're like a third of the cost. Like, it's just a win-win-win. I'm super excited for those figures. But up until the announcement of that, like, I'd just been slowly falling out of love with collecting Storm stuff, to the point where it's like, yeah, I could, you know, there's stuff I want to get, but it's like, you know what, I'd made peace with basically, you know, not getting any more Storm figures, or, you know, any more figures from their original lines. So I kind of felt similarly about Motu. Like, there's a joy that I've been feeling with these figures. They're just fun and they're cool, and I'm happy to be able to find that joy in products being offered to me where I happen to live, but not being, you know, on the hunt for these figures, or actively collecting them had its own appeal, if I can use that word. So, like I said, mixed feelings. But deciding, I think, on a specific scope and just like getting those figures and getting out, I think that's like kind of my strategy. So it's not 100% certain where that will end. Like, I would have kind of liked to get the Splinter figure, because he looked kind of cool, but he was currently sold out on Amazon, and he was like 30 something euros. Like, I probably wouldn't have ended up getting him, but I wouldn't have mind having him. There's the Slaker figure, which is kind of cool, which is Slash, but he's Faker. He also, I think he's like a deluxe release, because he had like a Build-A-Figure part or something. But there's, like, the thing is, again, if I envision like how I have the figures lined up and who's there and whatever, I've got the 4 Turtles and Casey Jones. Do I want to do something with the Teela figure? I don't know. I'd probably, if I'm going to display her, I'd put her somewhere else. I might use her for a custom or something, or maybe I'd pretend that she's April. I don't know. But then I've got Shredder for the villain side, and I do want to Bop Steady. But even if I were to get Slaker, like, it doesn't seem quite right for him to just be with Shredder, right? But I don't know. I'm probably overthinking. I'm definitely overthinking it, but we'll see. We'll see. Either way, this was like the load-bearing turtle, I feel like. Because if I had been able to get 3 turtles, but not the 4th one, I would have been pissed. Like, that would have been so annoying. So that's the real thing. Like I decided, like even when I got Casey, I felt like, well, man, I want to get the turtles. So I definitely had intended at first to also get He-Man and get some of the key like Motu figures or Motu characters. But once I got Casey and Leo, I just kind of decided like, man, I just want the turtles, and anything after that, if I can get it and I want it and I'm like, you know, that's cool, that's a fun bonus. But the turtles are all I'm gonna really require to feel like I'm satisfied. And then Shredder was like, in fact, I had kind of almost written off the ability to get Shredder because he's so expensive here. He's like 60, 50 euros or whatever. But because I was able to get him sort of affordably through BBTS, I'm like, all right, sick. I'm very happy with that. But even that, I feel like is like a bonus. So anything else, like, I feel like for me, the way I deal with these issues of pricing and availability and whatever else, setting my own kind of target for where I'm satisfied and what I feel like I need to like have a complete collection, so to speak, is good. It's a way of managing how, I don't know, healthy seems like a big word to use, but how to keep it from being too unhealthy, at least, of a, you know, obsession. So yeah, having all 4 turtles right now, like, I'm very happy with that. Very happy. I also, in the same what's the word? Not the same, well, technically I guess same order, whatever. Because I was looking at the stuff, there was like an Amazon sale. I ended up getting some stuff. I got some Blu-ray movies, which isn't like terribly interesting or noteworthy. But I did also end up getting this. Rarely I got a PS4 game, which I don't do frequently. But I decided, why not get the T-Rex edition, which I guess is just the physical copy of new Joe and Mac Caveman Ninja. Is this a game I already own on PS4 or Switch or Xbox or somewhere else digitally? Who can say? Maybe it is. I don't know. I didn't bother looking it up. This is, of course, from our dear friends at Microids. This will, well, you can see it. It says Microids. And this was also developed by the prestigious, well, not Data East originally, of course, but can we get a, there we go, prestigious Mr. Nuts Studio, makers of among other things, can we, oh, here we go, among other things, Asterix and Obelix, Slap 'em All, maybe the most boring beat 'em up I've ever played. But it's got nice art, and so does this, I guess, because I wasn't sure. Like, I'm granted there may be some same people involved, but Golgoth Studio, the French company that popped onto the scene in like 2011, announcing they were making a remake of Toki, Juju Densetsu. They had their own like game engine that was built for like high-res 2D games, and they announced Toki, and that kind of seemingly went nowhere. And they announced also, with like visual mock-ups and whatever, that they were making a Joe and Mac remake. They also made, which was the first game to actually come out, Magical Drop 5? Is that what they called it? And it was pretty bad. It had some really weird issues, and I think some of it eventually got kind of fixed. I just remembered I got myself a download code for Magical Drop on like some Facebook raffle or something from the developers, and I got it at launch, and it was like really busted. And then the Toki remake just sort of resurfaced out of nowhere in like 2018 or something, way later. And eventually it came out like on everything, and I definitely have that. I have that on Switch, and I think I have it on PS4 as well. It's one of those things, like, I've bought it at least, I want to say at least twice, because it's been, you know, 90% off, so it's like €2, and it's like, you know what, I never used my Switch. If I want to mess with this, oh fuck it, I'll just grab it on my Xbox or PS4 or whatever I got it on. And because there's a novelty to them, they're quite nice looking. Well, I say they, Toki at least. This one I haven't played, and I'm not super familiar with the arcade. I'm assuming this is a straight remake of the arcade game, much like Toki, but I don't know. And again, I believe that this is the game that Golgoth Studio announced. Mr. Nut Studio, of course, also French, and it's called Mr. Nuts Studio because it's headed by like the dude who made Mr. Nuts for the Super Nintendo and Amiga and whatever back in the day. It's like they have more people on staff, but it's the company's basically like 2 or 3 guys who, you know, just old school French Amiga developers who make weird shit like this. So like, was Golgoth Studio a separate endeavor from the same people or some of the same people? It's possible. I don't really know. I haven't done that much research on it. I do believe that the kind of founder or figurehead, whatever person for Mr. Nuts Studio is primarily a programmer, but he might also be just a programmer artist. Like, was Mr. Nuts a primarily solo effort that he made? It's possible. I don't know. But I'm pretty fascinated with these weird French, or in some cases like Gimmick 2, Swedish like sequels and remakes of old Japanese games. And you know, I'm not huge, you know, like, oh, physical media collect whatever, but you know, when the opportunity presents itself to pick up something like this that may or may not be around so easily to get in the future, and it was like €8 or something, I get to hold this up to the camera and talk about it for 10 minutes. That alone, it like has value to me. It's an interesting novelty to have on my shelf. It's, I guess I wouldn't say that it's like a tremendously amazing piece of art like the box or whatever. I mean, the art's fine, but it's not like I can buy a Mega Drive game with a sick ass cover because it's just like Rastan Saga 2 has an amazing cover for the Mega Drive. Not an amazing game. I kind of enjoy it, but it's like, I feel like a good half of the reason I wanted to get it, a good half of the enjoyment I get out of having it, is because I have a box on my shelf with awesome artwork. And I mean, this doesn't quite do that for me. Few modern games do, of course. But I don't know. I felt compelled to get it. And I'm actually amassing a somewhat of a collection, I think, of Microids releases. Now, I am right now currently a little bit anxious to learn more about what form I may be able to get the Cobra game in, because the Cobra game is coming out. They just announced the release date. I think it's in August, but they have not said anything about any physical release, I think, let alone like a collector's edition of sorts. I was really hoping that they would do a fancy collector's version, because there is, of course, now I don't have it, this game right here, the Grendizer game, of course, from our friends at Microids, did get a fancy collector's edition with a statue and everything. So Grendizer, probably a bigger, well, definitely a bigger deal in France than Cobra is. Cobra, of course, you know, probably, like many anime things, outside of Japan, it probably has more popularity in France than anywhere else. But Grendizer, aka Goldorak, is seemingly a huge fucking deal. When I went to Paris, and me and Godi and Sejuf went to like the anime nerd shop district, every fucking shop had big ass like Goldorak toys and statues and books and like it was, I mean, it wasn't like equal billing with like One Piece and Naruto or whatever, but it was like, as far as old properties go, it was just, you just saw it everywhere. And Cobra sadly didn't have quite that sort of presence. But if they do stuff like that for this, which is obviously still quite a niche game, and I'm pretty sure they've done other kind of collector's editions for, you know, Tintin or Asterix or whatever else. It is not, I felt like it wasn't, or isn't, I should say, out of the realm of possibility that they would do something like that for Cobra. So if there's like a 250 euro edition of Cobra with a figure and stickers and shit, I will buy that. I want to buy that, so I hope that there is one. And even this, you know, I don't know if this has really anything. As you can see, I haven't opened it. It doesn't say anything on the box about it coming with anything special. But as is often the case, I think this was the exact same with Asterix. Like, they call this the T-Rex edition, but it doesn't, like, there's no other edition. This is just, like, the one that comes in a box. And it has, yeah, a 3D keychain, 2 sticker sheets, and a Japanese trading card, which is kind of weird. Yeah, on the back of the box. Like, basically, there's it's the arcade flyer, but, like, in a postcard size, I guess. I mean, it's kind of neat. So if there is a physical edition of Cobra that just has some tchotchkes like that, I might still want to get that. Obviously, you know, it's a physical it's Cobra, I want to get it, but I don't know what form it'll release in, so we'll see. I might just get it on Steam day one, and then maybe grab a physical copy later. But I've got these two games. I've got Beyond a Steel Sky. I've got Asterix, as mentioned. I think the Black Sad game might be from Microids. So that would be 5 games, and I might have 1 or 2 more. I don't know. I'm and I barely played any of them, but I just have this fascination with Microids. So I'm like always. It's always exciting for some reason to add another Microids game, like a physical game like this, to my collection. So that's kind of why I ended up picking up this. Will we play it? I don't know. I want to play this one, and it's, you know, I want to play Black Sad and Beyond the Steel Sky. Now, there's a lot of games back there that I want to play, but we'll see. And that actually brings me to another thing I wanted to mention. As far as getting back onto the Games Bond train, I want to play that, you know, those games. I want to keep going. I want to finish that project this year. Another project that I set out for myself this year was to do some more backlog gaming, and I set up this sort of spreadsheet and encouraged people to vote on games that they wanted to see, with the intention that I would kind of pick those off over the course of the year. And I set a goal for myself to try to finish 10 games off that list this year. So far, we're at 1, because we played the original Tomb Raider, and I had an amazingly fun time with that. I loved that game. It was awesome. And I've been wanting to play Tomb Raider 2 and other Tomb Raider games coming off of that, but I haven't, like, Tomb Raider 1 was such a commitment, much more so than I expected, that I was very hesitant to jump back into Tomb Raider 2. And not every game on that list will be that kind of commitment, of course, but right now I'm kind of puzzling things together in my mind, like, can I maybe knock some games off that list over the summer? I don't know, but it's kind of, it's competing for my attention with the Bond stuff. I have my ongoing game development project that I also want to finish and release this year, which I'm definitely on track for. I'm actually making very good progress. And we might take a look at that later today if we have time. But there's just a lot of irons in the fire, I guess. So having stuff like this, which is like, oh, I want to play that, just random games. I don't know. We've been doing some of that recently, I guess. But even then, the last couple of streams have been a little bit of a backlog curation thing with some Steam stuff, but very small scale, just looking at some stuff, keeping up with beat 'em up news and whatever else. So I don't know. I'm happy to just kind of take things as they come, but because I have these other, you know, more or less formally organized projects, but even just like things I want to get to that I had kind of going into 2025 was looking forward to getting into over the course of this year, I feel some amount of pressure to actually get, you know, make some forward momentum on that. As far as the backlog stuff goes, the number one voted for game was Crazy Climber Wii, and I do want to play that, but I've been holding off on that because I don't currently have the means to boot that game up and play it, because I need to like mod my Wii U, and it's just, I'm sure it's really easy, but it's just effort that I haven't put into it yet. So we'll see. Well, 100% we will play Crazy Climber Wii at some point this year. I just need to
What have you got there?
have the
box?
I don't know, presence of mind to want to spend some time rigging up the console. But once I do, there's more stuff to play on there for sure. But that's for another day. What is for right now, however, if I can speak, is some good old box art reviewing. Let's see what we got here. Bear with me for a moment as I prepare. Let us take a look at Ishar, Legend of the Fortress, from our similarly interesting friends at Silmarils. I was gonna say that I jokingly call them my friends despite not really having played much from Silmarils, but I guess I haven't really been playing much from Microids either, but I still consider them my friends. In any case, this is a pretty dang cool box. I like this an awful lot. I don't exactly know what's up with this kind of gate that we're viewing this through, but it looks cool. It doesn't get in the way. If anything, I feel like it makes the composition more interesting. The painting's beautiful, but even if we just had, you know, the fortress and the mountains, like it would be beautiful. But I think the framing with these, to me, it looks like some kind of a gate. I guess it's not actually what that is, but whatever it is, this sort of frame, yeah, it works very, very well. And even the little box thing at the bottom for the Silmarils publisher logo is not only elaborate and cool in its own design, but it kind of complements, like, it's not diegetic to whatever is being presented in the artwork, of course, but it still fits together. It's not jarring. It's not like obtrusive in any way. In fact, like, it seems like if I were to see this box in the wild, I would expect a number of stickers or something on it to explain what computer platform it's for, or some other like junk obscuring the artwork and just like taking away from it. I'm getting a little bit of a Roger Dean vibe from the logo. Like, it's reminding me of some of those like Shadow the Beast and whatever else, like those Psygnosis boxes that had kind of similar typography to the logos. And if anything, that's like the one element that seems a little incongruous. But, well, incongruous isn't the right word for it, I guess. But everything else is, like, even the Silmarils logo fits together with the artwork so well that the logo, like, kind of does it as much. But yeah, it's really beautiful. Like, it's I like that the, well, maybe with the exception of the subtitle kind of overlapping the frame. I mean, it's not a bad thing, but I was going to say the very clear readability of the title, and it sort of having a nice place in the composition without getting in the way, or the composition, like, neither the composition of the illustration nor the logo is kind of compromising the other. It wouldn't be typically the kind of subject matter that I would be really into, so I wouldn't necessarily feel that like compulsion to like, man, I want to have this on a poster on a wall. But I do think it does achieve some of that elusive emotional resonance that I've talked about before, like in terms of what makes something a really, like, what takes something from being a good cover to something really like awesome. And for me, it has to have an element of that, and that is extremely subjective, and also something that doesn't. It can be something that comes from the sum of like the technical execution and the composition and the concept and everything, but sometimes it is completely unrelated to that. And here I do think it's like the...
What have you got there? A box?
The kind of the quality of it. I like the use of color. Like, it's really pleasing to me. Normally, I'm not into kind of environments as subjects for illustrations. It doesn't do much for me. But this is really working for me. I think this is really excellent. And it's definitely evocative, and it definitely makes me want to look at the back of the box. Sometimes you see something that makes you want to see the game, but this one makes me want to learn more about what the game is, and just like finding out more. So all in all, yeah, really excellent. I think this is a 5-star box. There, like, no complaints, no notes. It's just really great. I like it. What's up, Night Sprite? Welcome. You bought it because of the cover? Well, I hope the game lived up to it. We've got more requests lined up, so let's take a look at Arrow Flash. And this is a game that I always get confused and mixed up with Burning Force. I was trying to remember the name of it. Burning Force, the Namco Space Harrier-like, I guess you can call it. That also has a Japanese, well, it has a Japanese release, of course. It has a Mega Drive release, is what I meant to say. And I have that game, and I would kind of like to have this one also. If memory serves, this one is more of a conventional shoot-'em-up. I don't think the games are all that similar, but obviously they've got this 80s sci-fi anime girl on the box and in the game, presumably. Thematically, they're quite similar. But anyway, this isn't about Burning Force. This is about Arrow Flash. I love this, just straight up. To a degree, this is exactly the kind of anime shit I'm into. It has a significant overlap, I would say. I wouldn't say that this is the absolute peak in terms of like character design and general aesthetic. But if we think of like my tastes as one circle and what this artwork is doing or this character design, there's like very significant overlap. I love the hand-painted texture to everything. Like, the background is really beautiful. You know, there's a big mech thing that's just cool and it's in the background. It's all right. It's, again, not really my jam. Obviously, I'm not saying it's like I have anything against it. I'm just saying, in terms of aligning with my tastes, it's very adjacent and it's like executed in a way that I'm really in love with, whether or not the subject matter is exactly aligned. So it's like easily overcoming some of that gap with just the execution. I love the logo. I like the colors. I'm just trying to, like, there's not much that I don't love here. I do think maybe, and I mean, this is part of the, like, it comes with the territory a little bit, the contrast levels and readability. Like the way her knee pad kind of blends in with the space station, and the way it in turn, like, the, you know, the, I like that the background is mostly kind of monochromatic, but it's a little, it doesn't work super well for me, the fact that her hair and like all the blue parts basically of her design, her outfit, makes her blend in a little bit with the background. Like, if she had green hair, for example, and maybe the contrast was tweaked just ever so slightly on the blue parts of her costume, maybe I would have less of an issue with that. Like, I'm nitpicking for sure, but I guess that's why we're here. I think in some ways this doesn't have the pure, like, with the cover we just looked at, I said that there was like an emotional resonance that isn't so much about like my tastes or how it, I mean it is, but not in terms of subject matter or design, like aesthetic in that sense, but it's just something about the execution of it and just a sense of awe in that painting that was really that connects with me. And this doesn't have that to me, but it does have the general aesthetic and style is much more resonant for me. And there are parts of how this is painted that I love, but I think it's also not like it. This has more technical issues, if I can call them that, like with the contrast and readability compared to that cover. But anyway, it's not a comparative review as such. I'm just using it as an example to help explain what I'm referring to. Ultimately, though, as usual, I'm kind of doing that to buy myself time as I'm pondering. The wheels are turning in the back of my mind. Where does this end up on the review scale? I think this is really good. I like it a lot, but I think it's not quite... When I look at the HR box, I feel, and I think I said even, like, no notes. I don't have any complaints. And I don't think I can say that with the same conviction here, because there are things that I'm like, I don't know. Like, I love the logo. I think it's really cool. I love those, like, airbrush gradients. But it doesn't read super well over the robot head in the background and her hair and everything. Like, there's just little things like that. And it's like, either if those things hadn't been there, I would feel more positive about it on the whole. And / or if there were other elements or other factors to the illustration that I loved even more, I would have an easier time overlooking those things. I wouldn't like pay attention to them. So as a result, I think we this is going to land on a 4-star rating for Aeroflash. Awesome box, really nice, but not... it's just teeny tiny things holding it back. How I feel about it.
What have you got there? A box?
Jimmy Poopins bringing the next review before I even have the opportunity to ask if we've got more of them on the way. Sure thing. We will take a look at the next one in a moment, as soon as I hydrate, before you have a chance to remind me of that. Let's take a look at the American box for Solstice. I believe this is the American box anyway. I do not love this cover. I think there are things to like about it. I think it is certainly more charming than good. I love the logo. I think the logo is awesome. I think kind of what this sells on a whole, like it has an impact. I mean, I feel like this is a very well-known cover for good reason, right? It's not a bad box art as a whole. Like, I think I don't exactly know what's up with this sort of what do you call it, halftone pattern circle thing, but unlike the Cyberlip box we looked at last time that had this like elaborate frame, I don't think it really takes anything away from the painting. It makes the logo pop more, and like if we just had the same painting sort of extend to the rest of the box with these like bluish purple airbrushed sort of clouds in the background, for once I don't feel like the box would really benefit from it. You know, I've complained a lot of times about it's weird when you have this sort of cut off artwork and it doesn't cover the whole box. I don't really have an issue with that here, actually. So like, well, you know, good on them for doing that in a way that I don't find annoying. I mean, I don't love the Nintendo Power full quote on the bottom left, but you know, it's kind of whatever. ultimately, I feel like I have two kind of qualms with this box. One is that it so does not represent the vibe of the game. I mean, it does in a way, but obviously not really visually or aesthetically, right? The character in the game looks like Jawa from Star Wars, basically. He's this little chubby, cutesy guy in a robe. And I guess the game has this dramatic story, and it has this kind of... like, it's not really a cutesy game. Like, it is a pretty... I don't know if adult is the right word for it, but it's like, you know, it's the thinking man's game. It's a puzzle game. It's a, like... it's an advanced kind of game in some ways. So it's not like a childish game, and like a cute, childish, sort of chibi aesthetic to the cover art would arguably also betray the game's kind of true identity. But the bigger issue for me is that I just don't think it's all that well painted. His outfit is really strange. Like, he's got this like loincloth belt, rolled up knee-length pants, these green boots, and the cape and the hat, and like even his hair kind of flowing in the wind is just like not very well painted. Yeah, loincloth over... yeah, it's some kind of a weird... he's got some kind of fantasy John Cena thing going on. It's just... I think it's like so much of it is really just in the technical execution. Like, imagine Katsuya Terada or someone like doing this painting. Even if they were working from like basically the same character design, he would find a way to elevate it or make it not look weird. Like the outfit, I feel like. And, you know, you could have the... like, the anatomy of this guy isn't terrible or anything, but it's like... the person who painted this could paint anatomy decently, but all of the cloth, like, all the clothing is, like, looks terrible. Like, is he wearing two capes? Like, there's a cape that's, like, flowing up vertically, but then you see, like... but he also has a cape that's flush against his back. So I guess he's just wearing at least two capes, or his cape is wearing a cape. His hair is like going all over the place, and his jorts are extremely wrinkled, but also it doesn't actually look like wrinkles. His ankles are all messed up. Like, his feet are drawn at two different perspectives. Doesn't look like he could reasonably hold anything in his hands. But the items are also drawn at this like perfectly perpendicular right angle. There's just so many weird things about how this is drawn that I can't, like... I find them all distracting. It's like kind of funny. It's kind of like powerful and evocative. Even though, like, I guess he's just standing on a hovering platform, which is a thing in the game. And he's just like, I don't know, yelling with his inventory items. And there's this like crashing wave. Yeah, there's this kind of lightning bolt just happening at the side. There are elements there, right? Like I said, like there are things to like about it. But I feel like people who have a fondness for this cover... I guess it's hard to say. I feel like there tends to at least be an element of irony to the appreciation of it, and that's, like, to me, not really a good sign, I guess. I mean, not that I'm reviewing how people enjoy it. I just mean that it's a cover that kind of invites ironic appreciation over genuine appreciation. I mean, some people would say the same even if it was technically executed super well, but it isn't. So that's kind of where I land on it. I don't hate it. I don't think it's bad. I think there's enough good there to kind of carry it. I feel like it could easily have been both executed more poorly and conceptually less interesting. Like, we've seen plenty of examples of that. But I feel like it's a cover that kind of works in spite of itself. There's a lot of things that I would like to have seen done better. And like having a wizard yell, you know, over a dramatic ocean storm by a castle with lightning, you know, it just how that could be infinitely sick, right? And it gets some of the way there, but not really fully. And like I said, it doesn't necessarily feel like it's got it doesn't remind me much of what the actual game looks or feels like. So in summary, 3 stars. Review everything I've ever wanted. Well, I'm happy to oblige. Glad you enjoyed. As did I. That was fun. Do we have any final requests before we move on to the main attraction? I'll give it a few seconds. Well, if not, why don't we hop on over to the old James Bond scene and get some James Bonding done. It's been a while, hasn't it? We are back, and we are here to play James Bond Top Agent. What can we learn about this game developed by Java Ground for Sony in 2008? James Bond Top Agent is a turn-based tactical fighting game for mobile phones released alongside the 2008 film Quantum of Solace. The game came preloaded on Sony Ericsson's limited edition James Bond themed Sony Ericsson C902 phone. How about that? The game allowed players to create their own customized secret agent and battle other players, henchmen, and villains in a multiplayer gaming experience. That's kind of sick. It's kind of sick. Java Ground, of course, were the developers of the Casino Royale phone game, which was actually pretty fucking awesome. The Casino Royale game ends on this bizarre cliffhanger, and if you recall, if you were here for that, there were some uncertainties over whether we had actually seen the end of the game or not. I have been busy with other things, so I've not yet really investigated that fully. The reasonable assumption is that we did in fact see the ending, and it just ends on a cliffhanger, and then that's it. But there was just enough lingering doubt that I wanted to try like maxing out my stats to see if that unlocked a secret final level. I have not yet done so, but I will at some point do a little bit of off-stream research such that if there is more content to see, we can go back to it on stream and have it documented, and if necessary, make revisions to our spreadsheets or tier lists or what have you. What's up, Doom Noob? Welcome. Happy Saturday. Speaking of, by the way, I don't know how long this game will be. I trust that being a phone game, it's something we can reasonably cover in a single stream. And hopefully, with enough time to spare, that we can catch up a little bit on our spreadsheet updates. I don't quite have it handy to show you guys on stream currently. I'll set that up if we get there. But the tier list, as of now, I did make some tweaks. I added some new tiers to help distinguish games that were all piling up in the same tier. We have two games, I guess. Casino Royale and James Bond Trivia that we have played. And then we're playing Top Agent today. So, assuming we finish the game, we will check in on the spreadsheet information, the bond quotient, and update the tier list so we're finally up to date on that. Have I commented on IOI's James Bond game? Yeah, they announced it like 4 years ago, and I'm excited for it. The Switch 2 announcement was just like, oh yeah, this game we're working on, we're putting it on Switch 2 also. So there wasn't any more news on it. I don't know when they announced it exactly, but it was definitely like, trying to remember. Hitman 3 came out in 2021, and I don't remember if they announced Bond before or after the release of Hitman 3. But yeah, it's been known for many years that they're working on it. But they haven't shown, like, the teaser they showed that was like, oh yeah, the game's coming to Switch 2. Like, that's about as much as they've shown of it. That's not a bad impression. Like, that's how long games take to make. Like, they announced it early because, you know, that's a common thing to do because you want to hire people and people want to know what you're working on. And they're making this like fantasy RPG or something as well. They announced that like 2 or 3 years ago. Like, big games take like anywhere from 5 to 8 years to make, so it's not a reason to suspect, you know, there's not a reason to worry that a game is being announced like years ahead of release. That's completely normal. But again, like, they haven't advertised the game much. Like, the marketing for the game hasn't really started. Announcing a game is, you know, that's more about like for stockholders and for prospective employees and what have you. But of course I'm excited. I'm a huge fan of IOI, and I'm intrigued to see what they do with it. But the fact that it's coming to Switch 2 has no particular bearing on that. When the trailer came up, I was terrified that they would announce a release date.
What have you got there? A box?
Because obviously I want to finish this project before that game comes out, because I want to play that game when it comes out, and I don't want to be playing that game in the middle of Games Bond. So if they announce a release date, I mean, we've had the game on our like Keighley E3 bingo cards for every show for the last like 3 years, because I've been waiting for them to announce a release date. But I'm just worried that they will announce a release date in June and it's coming out in like August, because then we have to really we have to put in some work over the summer if that's the case. But we'll see. So like, thankfully they didn't put out a release date just yet. Anyway, Electro Altruism sneaking in with another review request. We can get to that. Let's take a look at the I guess technically this is not a box art, but I'll let it slide. This is an arcade flyer for Martial Champion. This is a pretty typical American Konami arcade flyer, where they get some random people, dress them up very vaguely, kind of reminiscent of characters who appear in the game. They put them on some airbrushed styrofoam set and take a photo, and then that's the flyer. Martial Champion is not like an amazing game. It's a is it kind of the only actual fighting game that Konami put out in arcades? I'm trying to remember, but Dragoon might, yeah, like that's the thing, like that's the kind of thing I was trying to remember, because I was thinking like how Taito wasn't them, right? But there's like, they were doing some stuff there, but obviously like fighting games wasn't a huge, like Konami didn't put out a bunch of fighting games. They did some stuff, and they did stuff on console. But they weren't big in the arcade fighting game space for sure. So this game did get a PC Engine port, but one of the key sort of hallmarks of this the arcade game is that it has huge sprites, like kind of like Art of Fighting. I mean, Yi Ar Kung Fu doesn't really like, I'm talking more specifically about like Street Fighter, post Street Fighter 2 games, like in the fighting game boom. Obviously Yi Ar Kung Fu is like an important, interesting game, but it doesn't really it wasn't really an entry in the fighting game genre because it didn't really exist in that way at the time. But yeah, Martial Champion is very much the kind of Street Fighter response. Although this game was actually initially pitched internally as Yi Ar Kung Fu 2. But of course, you know, as a response to Street Fighter 2. But it isn't Yi Ar Kung Fu 2, it's Martial Champion, but it has a kind of, I mean, kind of your typical Street Fighter 2 setup with characters from a bunch of different countries. Although it's a little bit kind of out there, arguably. But it's also just like not super noteworthy. Like there's a reason it's not kind of a cult classic or anything really. I mean, I feel like the one thing it's kind of, I guess, got like going for it, or like the only reason people kind of remember it, sort of, is the artwork and character design by Yoshiki, is that his first name? Asakasa, who was an artist at Konami, who is like, I don't know, if you're a fan of him like I am, you might know him best for designing Rachel, who's like the American ninja lady in this game, who I suppose is who this lady on the flyer is supposed to resemble. She doesn't look anything like her, but there isn't anyone else in the game that I know of that she looks more like, so I guess that's who she's supposed to be. Yoshiko, okay, yeah. And that's a character design that I think has endured, partially because he's like kept drawing her, but he was also he did a bunch of pixel art on this game, of course, but also TMNT Tournament Fighters, and they commissioned him to do some new art or new animations for TMNT X Justice League. So like he's the artist is a cool person. I think he did some like voices for the game too, because like of course that was the thing back then. So there's like bits and pieces around this game that have kind of survived in sort of among fans, I feel like, or maybe I'm just projecting, I don't know. But the game itself is just like not super remarkable. Maybe if it had a Super Nintendo port, it would have had a better chance of like catching on. But the PC Engine just like isn't at all equipped to do the arcade game justice on like a visual presentation front, and then aside from that, it's just like isn't the most remarkable Street Fighter 2 clone to begin with. But you wouldn't know any of that just looking at this shitty ass flyer with two people who look like they don't really want to be there, that doesn't represent the game. Like, looking at this, you'd be forgiven for thinking it's a flyer for Survival Arts or something. I don't know. The game is... I keep saying that the game's not all that interesting. I feel like it's a lot more interesting than this piece of shit flyer, though. I mean, there's like a vague novelty factor to it, but I think... I don't know. It's just sad. It's not even, like, charming. It's like... I don't know. I'm struggling to come up with anything interesting to say. I feel like if they had the means and inclination to actually do this kind of thing well, of like actually representing the characters in the game well with like a photo shoot to do these like live action posters. Like that could be fucking sick, but that's not what this is. Yeah, I feel sad looking at it. These guys look sad. There's like, on some level, there's some effort being put into this. Like whoever was painting these styrofoam rocks and this sky background, like they did their part. But it's like an ill-conceived idea. Like, were people more likely to buy these machines with this shit than if they just used the actual artwork from the game? I don't know. I mean, maybe they were. Maybe this was a effective business strategy, but it doesn't make for... I mean, I'm sure as shit wouldn't want to hang this on my wall. You say that much. I want to find something charitable to say about, like, the idea. Like, I love the fucking, like, live action video ads and shit. Like, that stuff is so sick and so, like, fun. Doing actual photo shoots with actors or even clay models or something like that. Like, that's awesome. That's so cool. Like, anything like that has a lowest bar of effort that you have to clear to even do it, that I, like, admire it on some level. But then you just go out and do this shit. Like, it just sort of deflates the whole purpose of it. Maybe they wanted something less cartoony. Yeah, but they did literally exactly this for Castlevania, for Contra, for TMNT. Like, this is just what Konami did for their arcade games. So it has nothing to do with, like, the image they wanted to project for this game. You know, like the side art for the American TMNT cabs has this, like, knockoff stunt double April O'Neil and these, like, horrendously airbrushed fake turtles.
What do you got there? A box?
So, like, that's just, like, what they did. I mean, I think the Aliens... I mean, any Konami arcade game from this era, basically. And this was, like, pretty late. This is, like, 94 or something. So, like, late 80s through early to mid 90s. There's just a bunch of these Konami flyers that all have this same shitty photo shoot thing. So, I don't know. Fuck it. 1 star. I hate this. We did get one more request. Let's take a look. I can't give this 0 stars for sure. Like, there's far more offensive covers. There's, like, they dropped the ball, but it's not, like, it's not 0. Let's take a look at the PAL version of Eco for the PS2. This is, of course, the same illustration, the original illustration from the Japanese version, and not the CG monstrosity that Americans were saddled with. I played this game, like, once. I can't remember if I made it to a save point and I saved and I quit, or if I died and I hadn't saved, so I had to start over and therefore quit. I played Shadow of the Colossus a little bit more. I played that until my my disc couldn't be read anymore, and in between bosses, I just would ride my horse into a blank white void. And I'm like, you know what? I didn't pay for this game, so I can't feel bad for this. I guess I'll stop here. But I don't have a strong connection to the Fumito Ueda games. They always strike me as a little bit pretentious and kind of not really to my tastes in terms of the kind of artistic, emotional thing that they're going for. But obviously, this painting, the feeling of this reflects that ambition quite clearly and quite well, I think. Obviously, this is an early PS2 game, and I think things would only get kind of worse with time. But even so, it is an actual properly hand-painted PS2 game, and should be kind of, premiered for that. I think it's like quite pleasant. It's very well representative of the mood of the game, the feeling of the game, and I think the artistic vibes of it. It's not like the game isn't my jam, and by extension what the cover is doing is kind of not my jam either, but I love the, like, on a more granular level, so to speak, the literal texture of the kind of brush strokes and like the analog feel of the painting is something that I very much enjoy. And I think it's even if it's not my thing, it is beautiful. Like, I wouldn't be interested in hanging this on my wall either, but I don't say that as a facetious joke. It's just literally, it's not really my thing. If someone wanted to have this on their wall, much like the box for Ishar, I wouldn't think there's anything strange with that. If someone wanted to have the Flyer Martial Champion on their wall, I'd maybe question that a bit more. But for me, it's like, I don't know. It doesn't really doesn't align with my tastes well enough for that, so to speak. But I think it's cool. I like that, even seeing the sort of ladders and platforms and stuff, like it makes you kind of curious about the game, or makes me curious about the game. Like, I like it. I think I couldn't imagine a much better cover for Ico in a way. Of course, it's a game I have barely played, so I wouldn't have a strong vision for what I think the cover should be anyway. But I like it. So I don't know. I guess that's a 4-star box. Not bad. Let's take a look at this next one. Palamedes from Hot B. I am not familiar with this game. It's quite disgusting. Looks like a C64 cover. It sure does, doesn't it? Like, it's, aside from sort of channeling the California raisins or some shit, like, it does feel kind of out of place on the NES, but especially, like, I don't know. I trust that this is not the actual original cover, assuming that this is a Hot B game from Japan. But even so, it feels, I don't know, everything about it seems strange. I mean, I'm assuming it's got something to do with dice. I cannot imagine that it has actual horrid little men. Maybe, like, not in the way that this cover represents anyway. He's over there because no one in their right mind wants to be anywhere close to this piece of shit. I mean, it's pretty horrifying. I feel like the nude-legged dice people are kind of just in their execution. They're off-putting enough. You could easily imagine very cute, charming little dice mascots. And this is not that, because this was drawn by someone who's just... Cute little mascot characters were not in their wheelhouse. But also, setting aside the monstrous freak on the bottom is, like, literally impossible. He's there whether we want to or not. We've got the fucking trademark American box art motion squigglies that fucking never make any sense, and they never look good, but they're there always, ceaselessly. I'm not gonna say too much about the color, because this looks like a pretty washed out scan, so that might not be representative. But yeah, this is one of those things where there's the bad things about this are so bad that they will very easily kind of counteract anything that could have been good about this. I think the one little dice man in the background, the green guy in the center, like, he is less off-putting than the others in a way that he's like, I kind of like him, but then all the other ones are pretty gross. And it just kind of, like, the logo's all right, that guy's not so bad, then the other dice man's a little worse, and then you got the fucking monstrosity. Like, it just gets worse and worse as your eyes scan from top to bottom. There's just enough to immensely dislike here that any positive qualities don't have much room to do anything. It's upsetting, but it's not. If people are fishing for 0 stars, you'll have to work a little bit harder than this. I think this is still a 1-star box because there is. I like the logo. I think in general, like the composition and like the little like this could have worked maybe. Parts of this almost do work. I mean, you know, make no mistake, a 1-star review is nothing to be proud of, but it is a box. You can read the title. But there you go. That's Palamedes. No, I'm not accusing anyone of anything. I'm just saying how I feel. I get the impression that people redeem box art reviews for very different reasons, and that's all fine by me. I'm happy to do it regardless. Some people, I imagine, want to just genuinely hear my opinions. Some people try to find the goofiest shit imaginable. Some people, much to my delight, show me stuff I have never seen or heard of before. Whether they won't show it because they think it's sick or think I would like it, or because they expect me to trash it. I'm fine with either or. I just think it tends to foster interesting, I can't say conversation really because it's just me rambling, but I get to exercise certain kinds of analytical muscles that I maybe don't otherwise, and I get to verbalize my thoughts and feelings on art and representing games through the medium of box covers, and that's something I very much enjoy. Well, let's wrap this up and get back to business at hand. Thank you very much for those requests, though. I very much enjoyed that, but I was going to say let's get going, but we are actually getting up to through about 2 hours of stream, so reasonably I should be taking a break before we get started playing. But we'll get there. What's up, Cardinal? Welcome, welcome. Mr. Radon, greetings. If you're joining late, mid box art reviews, horrid little men, and whatever else is going on, we are ostensibly gathered here today to witness the continued adventures of James Bond. And we have made it all the way to mission 38 out of 50, which is James Bond Top Agent, the Java phone game. It's some kind of a turn-based tactics something or other, in which you create a custom agent, which I am already excited to see whether this will be the second game in our ranking to get Bond quotient points docked for not featuring James Bond in it. The first one being GoldenEye Rogue Agent for the Nintendo DS. But we'll see. This might be a cool game that might still not rank super highly on the Bond quotient. I'm looking forward to it, but we should not get ahead of ourselves. We need to obviously play the game for before doing any such assessments. And as usual, though I would typically want to go over lore and look at manuals and kind of check up on whatever background information we might have on a game before playing it, on these mobile games there just isn't a lot, so there really isn't much research or data to go over. So all that's left is really playing the game, which we will be doing right after I take a short break. I need to go stretch, go to the bathroom, probably get some refilling on my beverage. So within a few minutes I shall be back, after which we will take a look at James Bond Top Agent. See you guys in a little bit. All right. Let's do this. I have returned, and so will Games Bond. Let's get a timer up here. Something to do. And live split, please. Yeah, there we go. Get it up on your screen as well. And do this. And indeed, let's bond. As mentioned, it took a decent amount of struggle to get everything sorted, get everything up and running. I might have to... We'll see. Hopefully everything boots up correctly, but may or may not. Give it a shot. It'll get this far, but it might crash. So the issue I had more specifically was... although, yeah, I think we should be fine. I downloaded like 18 different versions of this game, and all of them had one of two issues. Either the game just crashed the emulator the instance I used the confirm button. So in like half of them, the game would just crash anytime I try to hit yes on this screen, for example. And on the other half, that button just didn't work. But I was able to finagle some stuff and change some things and reset some things, and I think I got it to work. Also, warning, let me bring up the audio mixer. I don't know what the volume level is going to be like here, so chances are going to be ear-shatteringly loud for 3 seconds, and then probably nothing. No, okay, I guess I've already preemptively turned it down because I'm using the same emulator, so we should be fine. It's also very likely that there won't be that much audio. There'll be music in the beginning, and then there'll be music every now and again, and then that's probably going to be it. But we're going to enjoy what we get. So yes, I would like to enable audio. Yeah. Looks like we're okay on audio levels, as far as I can tell anyway. But let me know if you feel otherwise. So, is this music from Casino Royale? Like, it sounds familiar. Obviously, this is not in itself a film, so it doesn't have its own or the corresponding film's score. It said that this came out alongside Quantum of Solace, but I guess they wouldn't have had that music or anything based on that film. I don't know, it just sounds familiar. It's like an unusually elaborate title screen with all this animation and music and stuff. Like, having a MIDI file play isn't anything unusual. But even these graphics... And hey, the music is even looping. That's almost a first for these phone games. So production values are looking pretty high. We'll start the timer when we actually start playing. Oh yeah, that's not up to date. Electro Altruism, before you do anything you're going to regret. Let me actually fix that right away. We are not currently funding anything because we achieved the funding of CNET, the DVD game. I don't have a great like routine for this, so I just didn't update my bot action. So I should do this. I don't want to change this to... Oh, I accidentally started the timer. I'll reset it. So I'll just do it that way. It'll say correctly that 10 out of 10. Hopefully. do that. The form exactly that will have to take is subject to off-stream investigation on my part. I'll rip the DVD so I can play it on my PC. But exactly how the game is played, like it's a board game that has a DVD component for playing trivia questions.
Unspeakable horror.
But how exactly you orchestrate a stream around that remains to be seen. Worst case scenario, we will just watch a bunch of DVD clips together, but hopefully we can construct some sort of way of whether cooperatively or competitively play the game. That's my intention anyway. Basehole, thank you very much for that subscription. Appreciate that. Is this maybe still slightly on? I just noticed Quan Chi was very quiet there. Dude, fucking audio mixing on stream is a nightmare. But yes, I believe that is secret mission number 6. Technically, we've got yeah. So this is pending. As soon as I can, like, it will be next after Top Agent for sure, because I want to get this out of the way before we move on to the Quantum of Solace games. But hopefully it will not take too long. I frankly had kind of forgotten about it. I had meant to look into this and rip the DVD and everything like a couple of weeks ago, but I got sidetracked as always. But I should probably try to remember to do that. In fact, as mentioned at the beginning of the stream, I happened to get a couple of new Blu-rays and stuff, and I tend to want to rip those as well. So I'll be over at my other PC ripping stuff, so I'll try to remember to at least grab this DVD, and I'll figure it out from there. So for now, Q Branch funding will not be... I mean, donations will be accepted, but they will not at the moment be feeding into a next secret mission until CNET, the DVD game, has been played to completion. Or at all, I guess. Alright. Hey, it didn't crash. Excellent. So we don't have a manual or lore, but we can read the about screen, which is basically all just copyrights. Alright, we got some credits. Wait, so... Produced and designed by Sony Online Entertainment LA. So we've got Sony staff actually doing a fair bit of development here, design development, like producer, but also art director, production artist, whatever that means exactly, lead level designer, testers, and then I guess Java Ground, yeah, developed and ported by Java Ground, developer support, yeah, so like programming and additional art. But I'm happy and kind of impressed that the credits specify as well as they do. Options. Pause for round continuous playback. Okay, we probably want this at least to begin with to get our bearings. English is fine. My agent. Reset my agent. All right, so presumably, all right, we can actually put some points into stuff. Yeah, right off the bat, we get 3 points to assign. This is actually quite similar to Casino Royale, which had a similar kind of stat thing where you leveled up. I think gadgetry is a new stat, but otherwise it had similar like brawling and shooting and armor. So basically each of these stats improve a percentage. So chance to hit with melee, I assume, chance to hit with guns, chance to hit with gadgets, chance to dodge any incoming whatever, and damage reduction. So I'm gonna put one in damage reduction. Shooting was very vital in Casino Royale. Actually, you know what? Fuck it. I guess we already started playing, right? We're doing stats. We're editing our agent. So I'm gonna start the timer. A minor grammar. That sounds like a spelling error, not a grammar error. If I can be so annoying, but let me fix that. You're correct. Did typo that. There you go. Let's put a point in shooting. Like, it's hard to know what of this is gonna matter, but let's put one into brawling. Like, are we ever gonna melee, or are we always gonna be shooting? Who knows? Those are our skills and our stats. 0 stories completed, 4 items collected. I'm assuming that's like just our inventory of stuff. You just start with stuff. Guess we'll find out. Select items. Brawling items. Let me just equip my fists and we'll be good to go. Alright, fists equipped. So I guess we get to equip one. These are the 4 items we have. Pistol, not very specific, but sure. Bomblet. It's just a tiny little bomb. A bomblet. Okay. I'll take your word for it. Nanomed vest. Armor +1. Yeah, we have to equip our fists. Like Heihachi in Soul Calibur 2 and Henry Cavill in Mission Impossible. So we can reload them. Okay, that's our inventory equipped. Would have been embarrassing to go into battle unequipped. For reset agent if need be, but we're good on that. Yeah, everything does 10 damage. So there's 80 items to collect. I wonder if that means 20 per category. That would make sense, but that means it's like 20 guns and 20 well, not types of fists obviously, but like melee, like knuckle dusters and knives and bats and sticks or whatever. Or is it just like 75 gadgets? I'm intrigued. I'm intrigued. Play game. Starts. Oh, The Spy Who Loved Me. Are we like reenacting Bond films in this? Should we have caught up on films? I feel like it's not gonna. I mean, we're all. Are we playing as Bond? I thought we were making our own custom agent. But maybe maybe that's only for skirmish mode in online multiplayer. Maybe we do play as Bond. That's a good little icon, by the way, of a top agent in their action firing pose. Well, let's start story. Okay. I wonder when the story will start. Anyway, these are the steps you take to set up your fight. Briefing, room view, select inventory, select 5 moves, fight. Okay. Oh, there we go. The Spy Who Loved Me. Agent. After examining Karl Stromberg's Atlantis sea base, it is clear that he is operating the tracking system being used to capture Soviet and NATO submarines. The United States Navy submarine that you are on has been captured while attempting to hunt down Stromberg's modified supertanker, the Liparus. You must escape and prevent Stromberg from using the nuclear weapons from the submarines to destroy the planet. Alright, wait, so are we... we're on a captured submarine. Are we stationed on the submarine, or have we, like... Who are we exactly? I mean, I assume if it was intended for us to be, you know, having the experience of being James Bond, they wouldn't be referring to me as agent. I think the idea is we're fan fictioning our way into these scenes from these films. Which, if you think about it, the actual Spy Who Loved Me Amiga game that we played, in the part of the game that's representing this part of the film, you don't actually play as James Bond in that game either, because you're doing a crosshair shooter section while James is on screen. It's a little lemming running across to, like, get to some turret or thing that he has to destroy. So you have to, like, protect James Bond by shooting all the bad guys. So maybe we were playing as the same character in both games. It's possible. Okay, that's the story setup. Briefing, level 1. You have escaped from Stromberg's guards and need to fight your way to release the other sailors from the captured submarines. Eliminate the guard in your way. This enemy looks like he specializes in hand-to-hand combat. Is this Q briefing me on this? The omniscient narrator, maybe? Room view. Oh, this looks pretty sick. Okay, so we're just getting a little preview of what the combat encounter will look like. Select items. Okay, so we basically, you get a chance to equip if we didn't do this already, I suppose. Okay. Oh, sound effect. Hey. Select 5 moves. Stance, standing, cover, yes. So we're like behind the little... Actually, yeah, we can like back... Yeah, so we're taking cover behind this spool. And I guess he is behind the cover of a potentially explosive oil drum. It's like fucking one-on-one XCOM. Look at all this shit we can do. So we can select 5, or is this like fucking Robo Rally? Yeah, I guess we're like putting together a sequence of moves at the bottom. A skill, I mean, I don't know what any of these stats mean, but we're just gonna have to learn on the job, I think. So if I go prone, I guess like cover yes means that I wouldn't need to do this action to put myself in cover. But will prone mean that I'm like more covered and or have better shooting stats? I don't know. So I can shoot quick shot, which I guess means 2 shots. Aimed shot. So what? I guess I can... Like, what's the reason to pick shoot over aimed shot? Let's try an aimed shot. Okay, so I can pick the same thing multiple times. Maybe the skill value of this increases if I do a shoot. So like the regular shot becomes better with time or something. I have no idea what skill value. Oh, maybe it's because I put one point into... I think that's what it is. I put 1 point into shooting. So I get some kind of bonus because of that. Yeah, because I put 1 point into brawling, but I didn't put any points into gadgetry. So I can place or throw a bomblet, but at skill value 0, that sounds like a dicey proposition. So I can't pick cover, but I can remove that, I guess. Maybe if I pick a melee thing, I will move out of cover. Let's try just fucking shooting him. Maybe if he gets in close, I need to parry. Well, I didn't say that shooting puts me out of cover. I mean, technically, I guess it might. Because it says cover yes and stance standing. Oh, maybe this means I crouch? Let's try putting prone, and we'll just see what happens. I mean, we're just gonna have to figure this out anyway. Maybe I go left to right and I prone first, which I guess would work out just fine too. Okay, so he charges. Aim shot, miss. Okay, detail. Dude, all these numbers. Holy shit. Okay. The base chance to hit is 33%. I didn't quite realize that it would be that low, I suppose. But I get a bonus for aimed shot, so 48% chance. Opponent armor, damage reduction, minus 3%. To hit roll... Okay, so I actually see the dice roll and where it landed. That's actually kind of sick. So he had a... Oh shit, look at this. Because I did an aimed shot, he had a plus 30% chance of hitting me. I don't know why that is the case. Maybe that's just an inherent bonus to melee attacks, that if your opponent shoots, you get a bonus or something. But I obviously don't get a bonus for him doing a melee attack. Oh, there's a fair amount to chew on here. So I have a 1+1, 2 armor equals 6% damage reduction. This is actually very helpful in understanding how the game works. I feel like if I had known the chance to hit was 33, would I have thought differently? I don't know. I just figured because they said that he was a melee specialist, I would be at an advantage focusing on shooting. But who knows? Okay, so this was... The graphic that we see on the bottom is what happened in turn 1. Turn 2, it looks like he's going to attempt a parry while I'm doing 2 shots. Can he parry gunfire? 33, miss. Oh no, this is a regular shot. I thought I did like an extra shot. Yeah, so I hit a 69, nice, but it didn't work. Parry bonuses. Equal to dexterity skill value. If enemy misses, returns damage. Huh. Okay, so the parry doesn't actually do anything if the opponent connects, but if they miss... Okay, well, we learned what the parry does. That's good. So he had a 21% chance to hit, but he still hit. Take a look at that. So he did a charge which was a minus, but my quick shot did not give him a bonus. So he had a 21% chance, which he, of course, he got a fucking natural 1. Yeah, and I had 33 minus 15. So it said 33 when I'm shooting. I guess I didn't, like I said, when I looked at the stats ahead of time, I didn't realize that would be the... I don't think I'm going to win this. I keep missing, but thankfully he parries. So now that I go prone, what the hell will that do? Well, it didn't really help us, did it? But, we would probably have stayed prone for our shots. Minus 30. Okay, so prone is like a gamble. It's like a defensive. Makes sense, I guess, that the blue things are like defense against specific, like either you try defense against melee or defense against ranged attacks. So because he did a melee attack, prone was a really bad choice because he will give... So basically, prone is useless. Parry would have been more useful, except it wouldn't have helped me this time anyway because he successfully landed all of his attack attempts. Yeah, so he had roughly 50%, like when he had hit chances in like the 30s to 50s and he hit every single one, I had hit chances in like lower on average, but I missed every single one. So I didn't make good choices, but I also had very bad luck. You lose. All right. So continue. Replay, does that just... Yeah, okay. It just replays the same match. Can I pause? Okay, we can just exit to main menu. Oh, shit. No cover this time, so it's like randomized. Yeah, I mean, Electro, I'm curious if there's like 20 different weapons, what do they actually do? I mean, I guess they're probably just gonna ever so slowly increase my like hit chance or something. But hypothetically, you could introduce some really interesting stuff. Ranged or prone will give me a big defense buff against ranged attacks, but I don't know if, because I did it on the final turn, I don't know if I go prone on the first turn, do I stay prone for the rest of the fight? Because it says now, like, stance, cover, and I assume that would, like, stay in effect for the entire round, like 5 rounds. But, yeah, so I don't have the option to go behind cover, because there isn't cover to hide behind. Because it said cover yes, I thought that meant that I was already using the cover, but I guess that probably means that there is cover for you to use. So, like, my shooting is shit, but my... Yeah, this doesn't tell me anything about hit chance. Does this? No. So I don't know what the hit percentages are going to be. But assuming that it's the same as before, I didn't try a melee attack, so I don't know if my melee stats are different, but presumably it's also at like 33%. I don't know if anything he does... Okay, yeah, this does say minus 30% dodge. Okay. I guess I was not really paying attention. Or, honestly, I guess I would have thought that it, like, because I'm aiming, it would reduce their chance of dodging, is maybe what I thought. But no. The plus 15% means I have a higher chance of being hit. Or, sorry, I have a higher chance of landing this, as opposed to a regular gunshot. And it will do higher damage, but whatever the opponent is doing, unless they are doing a parry or something, whatever they are doing has a much higher chance of hitting me. So parry is only useful if he misses. But if I miss anyway. I'm just gonna try parrying the whole match. Because he's gonna do attacks at some point or another, and maybe we get lucky. At least we're not giving him a bunch of bonus chance to hit. Alright, successful parry. Equal to dexterity skill. Okay, right. Wait, hang on. 0%. Oh, shit. Ah, I see. Okay. So I have a chance of landing the parry, so to speak, if his attack connects, I guess. But because his attack whiffed, now I'm even more confused, because there is no dice roll here, even, I guess. Because it just says attack parried. He has a 36% chance of hitting, but it doesn't say what the dice roll was. It just says attack parried. And obviously, you know, I have a 0% bonus. The way I'm piecing this together, it seems as though it's still basically a dice roll that either, like, if the dice roll succeeds on his end, his attack is successful, and my stats is like too low or whatever, then he will, I will just get punched. But if he misses his attack, or my bonus is high enough that I can do some kind of additional successful dice roll, I will parry successfully. And I don't know if parrying successfully is the same as returning the damage like I did here, but I would presume so, because it just said attack parried. Well, we have 4 more rounds to maybe shed more light on this, because he's going to punch again. He had a 36% chance. I'm not going to look at this at every turn necessarily, but I want to keep doing this while I can presumably learn something more from it. Yeah, okay, so he was able to. Parry failed. Yeah, to hit roll 6. So I'm pretty sure we didn't see that before. Alright, nothing's gonna happen here. Oh, shit. I thought we were doing another round, but it looks like got our little smoking gun there. So just to check. Oh yeah, I just want to make sure I wasn't crazy, that the dice roll wasn't actually listed, and it was in fact not. Alright. You win. Sick. Okay, I thought we would... So it's just like, you know, we won by time over, essentially. We had more health at the end of the battle than he did. Okay, so dexterity seems really important. I'm going to put 2 points in dexterity. I don't know about gadgetry, how that kind of feeds into anything. It's tempting to put points into melee now, but I don't know how that's going to work out if we're fighting someone. You know, I'm just going to put it all in dexterity for now, because that's going to be useful regardless. An extra 9% chance of not getting hit. Oh, item gained, high mag pistol. Okay, I can't, you know, look at it or anything, but we can look at it in our inventory later. Continue story. Well done. Stromberg clearly has loyal guards, and these appear to be willing to die for his evil plot. Enemy appears to be armed with a pistol. Be careful and use cover. Okay, thank you, Q or M or whoever. Felix Leiter, maybe? Alright, pistol and cover. High mag pistol, damage 12. Alright, that's... it's not really different, but... yeah, thank you, voices in my head. Maybe James Bond or whoever this agent is just narrates mission briefings in their head for themselves. Maybe that's how you get, like, briefings from M when you're inside a jail cell in GoldenEye and shit. He just imagines getting a mission briefing. That's how he deals with the situation. Alright, so... we now have cover. So I guess we can just pick this. And... yeah, oh yeah, prone is better against... should have done that. Let's just prone. And then I guess... shoot. Because we didn't really, like, we just got hit by prone, so it's hard to know exactly what it, like, does prone actually achieve anything other than not getting shot? And if so, I don't know what the difference is between prone and... oh, see, I can't pick prone again, so I probably will be prone after this. But I don't know if prone means I'm not in cover. Maybe prone is only good if there isn't cover. Do an aimed shot. Because I think prone will give me... I don't know. I should probably have done a aim shot from behind cover, which would like give me extra stats or something, but we'll just have to see. Okay, yeah, so I'm taking cover. That is a separate thing. Charging and explosive attacks break cover. So I would still be in cover if I don't... Okay, so I should just use cover as my first turn and then start shooting, I guess. Because he's getting minuses on... Yeah, final to hit chance at 6%. That's a pretty tough dice roll. Okay, so now I'm... Instead of shooting from cover, I'm just going prone. So cover... Wait, hang on. So cover gives me 15% versus ranged attacks, but I guess it doesn't... It's not risky against melee. So yeah, I go out of cover to go prone. Which has... Yeah, so prone is still better versus ranged. It's just risky against brawling, but this guy's not gonna brawl. So I should be fine. I'm better off being prone. Well, I assume. 18% to hit a shot. My base stat is shit. But assuming he doesn't punch, I should just have gone prone and done a bunch of aimed shots. But let's see if either of us can hit the other for the duration of the battle. Oh, shit. Okay. Nice. That was good enough. I don't know if it's because we survived or we actually have more health. Opponent health remaining 38. I guess I don't know how much health I have, but it seems to be enough. Well, I don't know that we won. I mean, it looks like it, but what does the game say? You win. Okay. Excellent. Hunting knife. Oh, dude. MI6 trademark hunting knife. Okay. Level 3. Stromberg's henchmen appear to be fighting a delaying battle to keep you from catching up with their master. The next guard in your way appears to be armed with gadgets. Be careful attacking him with brawling attacks because he may place a mine on the ground between you. Okay. So we're clearly in the tutorial section here. But I take it our strat should then be go prone on turn 1 and then just keep shooting aimed shot. Well, regular shots or aimed shots going to be better. My aim is dog shit, so I guess we'll put some points in shooting. Oh, wait. What is it? Do I get a plus 1% or whatever per skill point? Does it actually improve my chance of... I don't know. I don't know. I like his sassy posture and his little briefcase there. I don't know if that's cover behind him or just a little getaway window cleaning elevator or what it is, but we'll find out, I guess. Let's equip our hunting knife. Ooh, 14 damage. Oh, we're not going to use it, I guess. So I guess it's like some kind of a rock, paper, scissors type thing where gadgets like beats melee beats shooting, and shooting beats gadgets, but also shooting kind of beats well, it doesn't beat melee, I guess. I don't know. So like if he places a mine and I go for a melee thing, I wonder if that just straight up beats my melee attack. Like I won't reach him to punch him with my hunting knife because I step on his mine and I explode halfway there. I don't know. I was going to say we'll find out, but I don't know that we will, because I'm going to lay down on the floor and just fire my gun. So we didn't get an opportunity to put any points in shooting just yet. I don't know if dodging is going to be... Well, you know what? Let's... try this. He failed. He failed the gadget placement. Okay. I want to see. We're probably not going to learn anything much here. Yeah, so he's got a 5 in gadgetry and he's still fucked up because of 45. So it says base chance of success 45%, but it doesn't say anything about how his gadgetry's like impact on that chance. So maybe the gadgetry number affects damage? Who knows? All right, let's see if we can land some shots here. Oh, he can't place, or he can't throw them, of course. Oh yeah, that's what it says, like a gadget explosions or whatever means you get like knocked out of cover. But I don't think it means getting knocked out of being prone. But we do have a minus 30 on dodge here, which isn't great. But we'll just see how this goes. Love an animation. All right, we still have some chances of hitting. He's doing parries. We're in the lead. Oh, yep, that's good. So yeah, he's just gonna keep parrying. So we've already won. Now it's just to see if we're gonna kill him. Ah, almost. Like, I wonder if he does a different, like a death animation if you actually drain his HP. I'm gonna keep putting points in dexterity because I feel like dodging is gonna be very valuable no matter what the opponent does. But we might want to have, like, does 1 point make a difference? I don't know. Do that. What's up, Macaw45? Lord J2ME. Yeah, I had a bit of a situation trying to get this game to run without exiting the emulator the moment I pressed the confirm button, but we got it going. Oh, Nanomed Vest, improved armor. Level 4, you're almost out of the submarine docking room. You need to hurry before Stromberg escapes the Lippers, or worse yet, launches the nuclear weapons before you can reach them. I mean, I'm sure Bond will take care of that, but I don't know. I'm just excited to see if we will fight anyone other than Orange Jumpsuit Henchman, because the characters are clearly like sort of paper doll animated. Like they're definitely multi-sprite orb necked Hydra type animated characters, right? And Casino Royale was quite similar, and that game didn't have like 50 enemy types or anything, but it had more than one. So I wonder if we get to see just a variety of, maybe it's just like one enemy type per movie or chapter or whatever. I'm just like dreaming of a situation where we might be fighting Jaws or some shit. I mean, he was in the movie, right? So, but you know, gonna be busy fighting Bond, I suppose. Room view. Okay, I guess we'll find out if that is cover or just a decorative elevator. Wait, he didn't yeah, okay, so no warning on what strats this guy will use, but he has a pistol. Right, so they either have a pistol or a briefcase or a punching fist, I guess. So he might still be able to do other things, but he's gonna be a gun guy. Let me equip my new vest. Wait, what did I get? Didn't I get a new vest? Did I get a new gadget? Wait. What happened to the thing I got? Did I get a random item drop of an item that I already had? Is that what happened? Because, I mean, in fairness, I don't remember a different item name. I think it said that it was called a Nanomed Vest. Or at least I didn't remember a specific other item name. Always a suspense, not knowing if J2ME is only going to give you one enemy type and no bosses, or out of nowhere be some insane spectacle game lock, non-stop screen-sized set-piece bosses. You never know. This is a 2008 game, and apparently there was an iOS version of this as well. I don't know if that came later. It looks the same, but it's like landscape mode. And there are Java versions that do run in landscape resolutions, but it doesn't look like it's any different. But I wouldn't necessarily assume that because it's like sort of late-ish, that it would be super elaborate or anything. But we'll see. I don't know how many levels there are, how many different like movies we go through. This is the first one. The only stat thing we can really count from are like the number of, if you go to the main menu, you can check the stats, and there's like 80 items to collect, and you start with 4. So we have what, 6 out of 80 items currently, but it's impossible to know whether you would expect to have collected all of them by the time you sort of finish the game. This also doesn't have, like, unlike Casino Royale, I don't have like kind of a level select. I seem to be gaining 1 level, or at least 3 skill points for every level that I complete, but it doesn't have the Casino Royale structure of like gaining XP per mission and eventually leveling up, and every level up gives me more stats, but I can keep replaying levels to keep grinding stats. But maybe after I finish The Spy Who Loved Me, there will be some kind of level select, and that's like 1 chapter I can replay or something. I don't know how it's going to work, actually. Because you can reset your agent to like reset your skill points, but does that also mean starting the story over from the beginning? Like, is the progression of which levels you have access to separate from the progression of your agent stats? I don't know. There's a lot of unclear situations here. So, okay. I don't have cover. We're fighting a gun type person. So if we go prone, our aim isn't actually increased, but we increase our dodge against shooting, but decrease our dodge against melee. But this guy has a pistol, so we can trust that he will be shooting primarily, which means if he were to go prone, we can melee him and have a higher chance of hitting. But I might as well just go prone and do aimed shots. I think that's our best bet. I think that's the strat. So this puts us at -30 dodge no matter what the attack. So this kind of counteracts the benefit of going prone. But obviously, going prone still makes this more viable than just doing this standing up. Oh yeah, it says stance prone now. So I guess if I were to use the cover option, it would probably say stance cover. It probably did last time when I did that. I just didn't pay attention. I didn't realize it would like update per move, so to speak. I guess I was assuming that this, like, we were setting up turn 1, but we're setting up the entire battle. It is actually a cool like concept. It's a very simple kind of thing, but I like it a lot. Like, you have to sort of, it's a great way to actually get some gameplay depth out of an extremely limited and simple like interface and what have you. So our skill value is 2 for shooting. I assume that skill value would also translate to these other shooting things, but let's do 2 regular shoots, and if we're alive, let's do some high risk, high reward aimed shooting at the end. Okay, 5%. That's pretty good. It's gonna try to parry. Nice. He's doing an aimed shot, so he's gonna have a... It's gonna be easier for me to hit him. Well, so much for that. But at a 14% chance, yeah. So he's sprinkling in some parries with the hope that I will be running up to punch him. Which... I'm trying to think. Is there a reason why I would want to do that? Okay, so he's got a gadget. Okay. So the stance we're getting on the little preview, the room view screen, Doesn't tell the whole story, which makes sense. It would be weird if every opponent was like 100% doing one of 3 things, so you just know exactly what to do. But it's looking good. Even if he successfully throws a bomb. Yeah, he didn't. Yeah. It's like vaguely unsatisfying that every fight so far ends in just like, well, keep missing each other, but I did land 1 stray shot, so oh fuck it, I just give up then. Like oh, I didn't mean to do that. You win. All right. Item gain, stun grenade. So that's a gadget, presumably. Because there's no like highlighting the thing up top. This is just like a message. So there was no. I was worried for a second that I like failed to collect an item or something, but that doesn't seem to be a thing. What happens in a draw? We might well find out. I don't know. There was one fight that I wasn't sure that I actually had the life lead, and I won. So that could have been a draw, but it probably wasn't. I assume that either draws are just straight up you will win or you will lose, because I guess there's no other conceivable outcome. Because like either you get to advance or you get to redo it, which is synonymous with winning or losing. Level 5. Excellent job thus far, Agent. You have released the captured sailors, and you are now in Lippers' operations room, just 1 step behind Stromberg. Very strong tell, don't show, you know, approach here. But I mean, that's to be expected, of course. So does that mean I am at the... I mean, 5 levels would seem reasonable, but it could be... If we're 1 step behind, maybe level 6 is the final Spy Who Loved Me mission. Oh, all right. We get a new background. I mean, they wouldn't waste this on 1 level, probably, right? So there's probably 1 more after this. Oh, yeah, I just realized we didn't actually level up, right? So we aren't leveling up with every mission. We can kind of back out to the main menu. I assume we can just resume from where we were. That tends to be how these things go. Let's see if we can do that, actually. Let's back out of this. Ah, okay. So we can continue story, restart story, or just... Oh, yeah. We had this in the menu, right. So I guess fight random enemy is something we can do to presumably gain stats or, like, practice or something. So we have our skill points here. Ah, experience points, 4 out of 6. Okay, you just really don't get a proper feedback on this during gameplay. Like, after you win a fight, it doesn't tell you how many XP you get and how far you are from leveling up. It's so weird to see those numbers being so low, too. Getting, like, 2 XP for a fight or whatever. But that makes sense. It's very similar to Casino Royale, then. Stories completed. Yeah, so, okay. 7 out of 80 items collected. That checks out. Stories. I wonder if that means... Because it doesn't have a... It's just a 0. It doesn't say 0 out of whatever, right? So I guess we can play the Spy Who Loved Me story. Like, that's the term they use. Like, we can play that story multiple times, probably. And each time would probably give us 1 story completed. Whereas the items has a set number of items that you can collect. That would be my interpretation of what that means. So now it says the Spy Who Loved Me. We get like railroaded into the Spy Who Loved Me menu. But if we clear this story and unlock a new story, maybe there's another menu in between where we get to pick which story to play. If that's the case, though, it seems weird to me that they wouldn't just have a menu where it says like story select. And the Spy Who Loved Me is the only option on the screen, that we just skip that step. But we're just going to have to complete this story and find out. All right, so we have cover this time. You can just sort of re-roll the rooms, by the way. This is like randomized, I guess, whether you have cover or not. So... we can pick... Oh, so damage 5, stun 1. That's new interesting features. But we're not like... Am I ever going to use gadgets? I don't know. I'm not convinced. So we do have cover, and that's a gun dude. But prone really seems to be primarily increasing risk against melee. But does cover... I guess I don't know that cover is any worse than prone in terms of the bonus that it gives. Let's pick cover and find out, because I don't remember. I didn't really pay attention last time we had that as an option. Okay, very... indeed, it says stance cover. I think we will... I'll just... For some reason, I read this as trick shot, which would be a cool thing to have. I'm just going to repeat my previous strat. It worked out very well. So start lower risk and then increase the risk. So we'll see. This guy might do all kinds of shit. Yeah, so he's going to punch next up. Or kick, at least. Yep, my chances to hit is dog shit, but... yeah, we're just going full Naked Gun here. By the way, did you guys see the new trailer for the Naked Gun sequel with Liam Neeson? I had no idea that was a thing, but that's apparently a thing that's coming out like this summer. And Liam Neeson plays Frank Drebin Jr., Leslie Nielsen's his son, which is pretty good. And it's like... you know, if you've seen that improv comedy skit with Liam Neeson from, was it Extras? Or whatever that, like the Ricky Gervais show or whatever. Like that shit is, or was it Life's Too Short? Whatever, whichever thing it was. I feel very confident that Liam Neeson is quite good at deadpan humor. And it's also, what's his name? Akiva, like the Lonely Island guy who's directing, I think. So it's like, it's actually got a pretty good chance of actually being funny. I thought the trailer was not bad. Or at least I'm intrigued. It wasn't on my bingo card, but I'm curious to see how that turns out. If it plays in theaters here, I might very well go watch it. I'll see it with maybe 2 other people at most, and it will not be a raucous theater experience, I'm sure, but hopefully it's good. Anyway, that's what this reminds me of, just sitting behind cover 2 feet from each other and missing every shot. So let's see if we get a draw game here. Alright, luckily he missed. Alright, he's gonna go prone, so he won't be able to hit me. Like, he's not dealing damage, but if I miss, which I probably will, because I'm gonna have an even harder time hitting him, none of us will have hit either, the other throughout the entire battle. And if you think about it that way, giving the player a win on a draw seems preposterous, because if you spend the entire battle no one hitting each other, and you just get to win, that'd be pretty funny. Oh, we'll see. Yep. Okay, so now what? It's a tie. Okay, so you can get a tie. Rematch to continue. Alright, okay. Well, that was anticlimactic. But I don't know what would have been a better strat. Because, I mean, I could punch if he goes prone, but that's a bet on him going prone, because I'm actually worse at punching than I am at shooting. Albeit, I think my knife actually does more damage than my gun, right? My gun does 12 and the knife does 14? I didn't even... Fuck. I forgot to look to see what the cover actually did, stats-wise. But prone, I think, gives me 15% plus dodge, but like minus 30 against melee. And I don't think cover gives me more than that. Well, we're gonna do cover anyway. I'm just gonna repeat. I don't know that cover is like the better option, but I need to actually look at this. versus ranged attacks specifically. So it doesn't actually even give me bonus against melee attacks either. It just doesn't penalize me further. So it's still like not really not super great, I guess. But I guess this might count for gadgets, like thrown gadgets also. We'll find, yeah, he's got a 9%. That's most likely because of my cover. Wait, synth fiber fedora +1. I guess that's his equipment. Yeah, penalty for opponent dexterity. He's got a +3% change to dodge because of his synth fiber fedora. Yeah, 30. Yeah, your chance to hit is just shit. Agent? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so I do get a cover bonus against gadgets also because he's throwing them. That's good to know. All right, please, can I hit some 42? Nope, not good enough. All right, so like what could I do? The cover gives me 15% like dodging against ranged. I'll try going prone. The hunting knife does more. I mean, damage doesn't matter. But I'm not hitting anything. I could fight, you know, instead of taking cover, I could keep standing to shoot more, to have one more chance at hitting something. But I'm also running a high risk of actually getting hit. But let's try going prone. And so the aim shot did give me -30 on dodge. And I still managed to dodge fine. Because, yeah, I went from giving him like a 6% chance to hit or something to like a 30. And I still got a little bit lucky. But I'm not landing my shots either. So let's just go... let's do this and see how that goes. And of course he does fucking melee attacks instantly, so we're getting fucked up by that. Yeah. Alright, he still missed. We still could win this if we get a little bit lucky, but this is somehow even more ridiculous. Yeah, so now I got like a 17% chance. He's like celebrating. Ah. Do I need to grind? Do I need to fight random thugs to grind my stats a little bit higher? Is that what we're doing here? Can we just do like fucking spray and pray? No one's hitting anything anyway. It's pretty funny. Like, I understand the stats got to kind of gradually increase over the course of the game. Oh, he parries behind cover. I can't land a hit, dude. Try doing, like, maximize, like, let's ignore what he can do to me. I'm just gonna give myself the best chance I can to just successfully land attacks. 72. Yeah, like, do I deal more damage or have more HP? Because he dealt 14. Oh, that's right, but I have plus 50% on hit. Like, I do 1.5 times damage. Oh, I'm stunned. Well, I have a shot here, but he's gonna. Well, it's a unlikely, but because he's covering, yeah, 27%. Yeah. It's quick enough. Let's try that one more time. So stun basically just means... Oh, he actually has a knife on his sprite. Stun just means that turn doesn't happen. Alright, I had a low chance shot of hitting here. 17%. And I got a 1. So we did it. If he lands one shot, we might be even. Alright, that's a win. Sheesh. Alright. We got him. Oh, sick. We gained the synth fiber fedora. But wait, does that replace our armor? Is that better? I mean, we'll find out, I guess. Level 6. You are winning the fight for the Lippers, but Stromberg's henchmen aren't going down without a fight. Keep up the pressure. Okay, I thought we were... Okay. Okay. Melee man. Let's see here. Oh, Dex 1 and Armor 1. Sick. Of course, donning a fedora, our dexterity would naturally go up. We're gonna dodge things. Like maybe the hat just sits a little bit loose, so it's gonna like subconsciously tempt people to shoot me through the hat instead of hitting us, you know? I could see how that would work. That makes perfect sense to me. In the initial gun barrel sequence for the Sean Connery films, where it's not actually Sean Connery doing the gun barrel scene, but James Bond is wearing a fedora, do you think that's a dexterity +1, armor +1 synth fiber fedora that he's wearing? Did they have those in the 60s? I'm gonna guess no. But maybe a natural fiber fedora gives even more stat boosts. We'll just have to play further and find out. Alright, so the dude he's got his fists equipped. That means prone is maybe a bad idea, but parrying might be good, but he's probably not going to be like fully, you know. Let's do some parries. Let's do some science. All right. Parry works. But we're looking... Well, okay, he's got... Well, let's... Okay, this is not looking great. I mean, he could still miss. Also, he's got a rifle. It's so cool. We have these, like, unique sprites. See? Oh, he shot 3 times. I mean, we could well win here. What's Bond doing with a hunting knife? We're not playing as Bond. We're playing as top agent. We're playing as our own custom agent. All right, first try. There are 80 items to collect in 4 categories. Melee, guns, gadgets, and armor. So if we are to assume that there's 20 in each, there might be... Well, fists count as a weapon, by the way, an item. But there might be 19 other melee weapons. I'm very excited to see what they might be. But, you know, the previous enemies were all running up and punching and kicking, but then someone actually stabbed with a knife. So because of the way the sort of animations are set up, you can clearly see that they're like the body parts are moving individually. I have to assume that the animations are the same for all characters, and there is a knife graphic. So I assume that with the hunting knife equipped, you will actually see Bond, or well, agent stab with a knife. And the fact that the guy had a rifle makes me think that, yeah, you will be able to shoot with a rifle too. So like actually seeing the weapons, like we had one, we start with pistol and then we got the high mag pistol. So that not looking any different is unsurprising. But I'm like kind of impressed that we've seen dudes with knives and rifles like visibly different, right? Okay, so gadgetry, Ah, so here you actually do see the chance to hit values. I see, I see. So it says experience points 6 out of 10. When we looked at the screen before, it said like 3 out of 6 or something, or 4 out of 6. So I think, yeah, we have gained 1 XP per battle. And we now have to do 4 more to go from level 4 to level 5. So the 6 XP we have collected are lifetime, and getting 6 got us to level 4, but it now says 6 out of 10 because we have to get up to 10 XP to get level 5. So I guess depending, like for each level you are on, assuming the ladder sort of stays the same, you have to get an equal number of XP to the level you are on to get the next level. And every time you level up, you get 3 more points. So that it seems like it could be quite a hefty grind. But, you know, I guess if the enemy stats don't change, we can level up a fair bit and go back and do these fights maybe to level up faster. Or you just do these like random fights. But yeah, with 80 items, like, yeah, they could have 10 different rifles, sure, but is it just going to be a pistols and rifles, or will there be more? I don't know about a minigun, but I mean, maybe. I'm excited to find out. We've played for an hour already. Well, I wonder how long this game is actually going to be. So I'm gonna keep putting points in dexterity. Let me fix my timer here, which is now comparing against something or other. It's comparing against my PB, which is not a thing. Go. Like I kind of want to focus on shooting. Like I want numbers to not be garbage, because it's like if I'm fighting someone who I think is going to focus on melee, I guess I'll just parry. But I guess if I expect them to be shooting, that's when I should be brawling, because I can't maybe take cover while I'm brawling. But if they go prone, I get a big bonus to hit them. And their cover, if nothing else, will not give them a defense buff against brawling. So brawling, I guess, is meant to be good against shooting. Because if someone places mines, brawling doesn't work, but shooting does work. I'm a little unclear on like the strats. Fuck it. I'm going to put points into shooting to make it a little less shit. And maybe I'll put 3 points into brawling next time or something. Oh, girl, watch. Okay, I keep getting like melee items, so... Well, that's maybe a gadget, actually. I don't know. I don't know, actually. We don't see the icon here. Level 7. So far, so good. You performed excellently thus far. Try to find an enemy's weakness and exploit it. Alright, Gadget Man. So let's see. Is the watch a melee weapon, or... It is. 15 damage. Okay, so the gray means it's currently equipped, so I can't choose it. Okay, I understand. I understand. Alright, so gadget means I don't want to melee. There is no cover. I'll just prone, and I'll go with these strats and see how that goes. So throwing is still a ranged attack, which means if he tosses it, my prone dodge bonus is good. And if he places a gadget, it won't make any difference until I melee attack, which I'm not doing anyway. 81%, and I still missed. I mean, that's how it goes. Oh, this is kind of bad. Because I will get hit almost certainly. 63. Well, okay. 51, not good enough. It's a tie. I think my strats were sound. I don't think I was harmed by the prone. Although the question is, was I helped by it? Right now, that throw had a lower number because I was prone. I love that little kick. But I mean, chances are, okay, I got a hit, that's good. Chances are I could have just stood up. All right, we won. All right. Knife. Okay. Is that better than a hunting knife? Level 8. The guards are fighting fiercely like caged animals. Be careful. Okay, I thought we were by the end when we were at like level 5. But I guess it makes sense. Like I said, they wouldn't have this background for like one fight. So maybe it's... I guess it... Was it maybe 5 submarine room fights? And maybe there's 5 fights in this like HQ lair. Or maybe we change backdrops again. Like, I guess every room is a little different. They have like different items arranged, but I think the backdrop is largely... I don't think we got to like a new tile set now or anything. But I guess the fact that I'm not even sure is interesting. I like those little 60s... Can I call those recliners? I'm not even sure what you would call those seats. But it seems like it's kind of reminiscent of furniture that they actually had in the movie. Not maybe in the like command HQ room, but still in his little Stromberg's like lounge. Okay, gun guy. Do I just... I guess I just... Knife. Oh, yeah. So these are like random item drops. We're not necessarily getting predetermined drops that are constantly like improving. The hunting knife was like the first thing we got. That's pretty sick. I mean, we want to do some aim shot, and we can take the prone. We can make use of the dodge bonus on the prone. Yeah, so he's... Yeah, see there, he's got a knife. So even with the penalty... Yeah, minus 30. Okay, so it's plus 25 versus ranged. Cover is plus 15. Yeah, so he had a... I've got the dexterity stat, I've got my synth fiber fedora, and the prone. So even with his 30% bonus... Oh yeah, charge has a 15% penalty. So... We got slightly lucky there, but... Oh, shit. Okay. Still could go either way. What's up, Megami Infinity? Yes, this is a Java phone game. It's pretty cool. Okay. Alright, well, we won. Because he will not be able to inflict any more damage, and we have the life lead, so... Got him. Oh, we got an assault rifle. Good. That's surely going to be a step up in some way or another. Level 9. This is the globe used to track and capture the NATO submarines. Jaws, Stromberg's henchman, is attempting to stop you from averting their planned nuclear attack. Jaws is gigantic and clearly depends on his brawling skills and strength to defeat you. We're getting the Jaws boss fight. Okay, that's pretty sick. I'm pretty hyped. I mean, okay, that's a sick background. I feel like Jaws is maybe not quite living up to his reputation of being gigantic, seeing as he is largely the same stature as Mystery Agent. Maybe we're playing as a 7-foot-tall agent. Cannot rule out the possibility. And maybe every henchman was also monstrous. I guess he's got maybe a unique head. Still, I mean, working within their means, it's pretty sick. We can trust that he's going to be a brawly kind of guy. Let's equip our assault rifle. Damage 12. GN? That gun plus 1? I don't know what that means exactly. We'll... So I'm assuming it's like a stat... Yeah, like DX plus 1 is a dexterity. I forgot the names of the stats, but it's probably because it's not ranged, but I guess it's like guns. So it should increase our chance to hit by 3%, which is good. But because he's doing melee, we're not going to rely on that. We're just going to parry. We're just going to parry. Oh, look at, holy shit, look at the damage. Look at that. Yeah, because you reverse attack. If you successfully parry, you deal their attack back to them. So he's really buff, which means that he takes a shit ton of damage from my parry. Oh, look at this little quick fire animation. All right. Nice. Successful parry. Got him. I mean, that was still pretty cool. What's up, Wagey Bang? I will not dignify that with an answer, to be perfectly honest. Oh, I was like, wait, what's this screen? I pressed the wrong button. There you go. Analyze the footage and confirm that Jaws is 2 pixels taller. All right. Fair enough. Fair enough. We got the gas grenade. All right, do we get to fight Stromberg now? Does he have a unique sprite? You beat Jaws. Congratulations. That's a classic, typical MI6 briefing. Congratulations on beating the boss. But don't get too confident. You still have to reach Stromberg to complete your mission. He's escaped the Lippers and headed back to his undersea lair, Atlantis. Defeat this last guard to continue after Stromberg. All right, so level 10 is this last henchman just lingering. Oh yeah, we've got the rifle equipped. I didn't even notice that before. So wait, he's knife. I'm just gonna. I'm gonna stick to a strategy that works. The calculation, the dice rolls for the parry is like really kind of confusing. Or at least like you get to sort of see how things were calculated here, but for the parry, it doesn't really, like, you have your success chance, but then it says if enemy misses, returns damage. So like every time it works out, if you look at this screen, if they throw a punch and you parry it, and you look at the detail screen, it doesn't actually tell you if they, like, what their dice roll was. It just says attack parried. So I don't know how that works at all. Have I failed a parry? Like, I'm not sure. Like the parries worked against Jaws every time, right? So parries just seems really good. Oh, I guess okay, it's a hotkey. If I press the 6 key on my numpad, it's a hotkey for changing a setting in my live split. That's why it's changing colors. That's interesting. I didn't know that. I can use the arrow keys instead. The chance to dodge is still like the buffest thing, I feel like. It's just like I have to land hits occasionally. Put one more into shooting, because brawling, like, I don't know. I feel like I'm unsure. It's like either like I use parries to deal with brawling enemies, and I do shooting for everything else. I'm not sure. Also, I guess we leveled up a little faster than I expected. Maybe we do get more than 1 XP per fight. Oh yeah, gas grenade. I forgot to equip it, but I'm not using gadgets anyway. Level 11, we're still in the same story here. Agent, great job. You have averted the nuclear attack. You have made your way to Atlantis, Stromberg's undersea lair. Eliminate him and put a final end to his dastardly plans. Alright, so we're getting like 5 missions here, probably. Oh yeah. The graphics are really nice. Whoops. Wait. Damage 10. X stink. I guess that's like a special thing? Extra stun cancel? I don't know. I guess you might be inclined to try to place a gadget if you're fighting a melee dude. But the parry's like the success rate on the parry is so good. I'd be like kind of curious to see how this would work, but it doesn't seem worth it. Did he have a knife? I think he had a knife. Oh yeah, okay, so you can only place certain gadgets. So the stun grenade thing, I don't even have the option of placing. I can't be bothered to go back to the room view. I'm just gonna do this. He had a gun. But he might still punch me. Whoops. So he's doing a melee attack, but I'm assuming he's not gonna step on his own mine. Yeah, he had a 5% chance to hit. Yeah, it's very unlikely that he's gonna win now, actually. Because even if that had hit, I don't think it would have done like 50% damage. Maybe parry is the strat? Like, as long as someone does at least one melee attack. Oh shit, we got X-ray glasses? Oh, I wonder if I can equip that as a gadget and it just gives me like stat boosts instead of having to use the gadget actively. That would be pretty sick. You arrived at the guard station of Mr. Jones. Jones graduated from a university with a PhD in aquatic biology. With all of the jobs at marine parks taken already, he took a job with Carl Stromberg. Mr. Jones is unlucky today. What a fucking level description. Someone's like, well, I guess I have to write something for these levels. It was kind of like this in Silverfin as well, the young James Bond spring break game where you like invade a castle in Scotland or whatever, and you're just doing like 5 levels in a row with no plot advancement. So between every level they have to put a story screen where they're like, and then he oh no, James Bond locked himself in a room, he has to find the key to get out, or some shit. And this is kind of like that, but a little funnier. All right. Is the gadget or the glasses a gadget? It is not. Oh my, so this is okay. So whatever X stink means, it's not like something I have to do actively. It's not like an active effect on something I do. So this means shooting is improved. But it doesn't seem like it would be better than this, because this improves my dodging, which is important. And armor means that I have more damage reduction if I do get hit. So I'll stick with the fedora. Dude, it'd be sick if the armor equipment items also were visible on the character. I didn't actually look, but I wonder if the assault rifle, because I faced an enemy that shot 3 times with a rifle. I wonder if the extra shot gives you 3 instead of 2 shots with this weapon, or with like certain weapons. Yeah, this is still just 2 shots, but it could be a thing that changes. Like, what actions you have here does like, you know, I can't use the place gadget, so maybe there's certain other weapons that actually give me some kind of, you know, different shooting options as well. Kind of interesting. So he has a gun. I'll just go with the classic, see how this works out. Oh shit, he hit the 5% chance. Alright, I hit the 42, so we're looking pretty good. We're in the lead anyway. So he's taking cover next turn. He won't damage us. And I can't see what the last icon is, but it doesn't look like it's shooting. It's punching. Okay, that's not good for us, but we could get lucky. 78%. We lost. Oh yeah, I forgot that we actually didn't get to shoot. Or rather, I called it before the shot, but I did lose. I don't think there's anything wrong with our strat, though. I think it was just poor luck. We have yet to see a thrown gadget actually... No, actually, that's not true. I was going to say we have yet to see one succeed, but someone landed one once. Okay. Not great. If he misses and I do hit, well... Okay. So the thing is, even if... Because I didn't hit anything, it didn't matter that I went prone. Going, like... Taking cover instead of going prone would have given him lesser chance to hit his melee attacks, but it would not have improved my chances of hitting my attacks. So it wouldn't have actually helped. Although, if we don't win now, I think what I'll see, he's just shooting. This is good for us. Oh no, we're going full naked gun here, aren't we? Because he's going pro now. Oh, nice. Okay, good. I was going to say, if this doesn't work out, my next attempt, I would just do aimed shots for all 5 turns. Yeah, I think we won. Because the actual, like, the spending the turn going prone is an opportunity cost, you know, that's time not spent shooting. But it worked out. All right, we got a submachine gun. Probably not better than an assault rifle, but... The fighting is getting intense. This should be the door to Stromberg's bedroom and inner sanctum of Atlantis. Defeat this guard to get through the doors. Okay, so 13, and then, yeah, 14, 15. There's 5 per, whatever. Got a pistol. Try this. 42% on a quick shots. Oh, I didn't look at the SMG. Yeah, but he's standing up to parry. Oh no, he doesn't actually. Oh, okay. He stays prone while I shoot, and then he stands up for the parry. Interesting. All right, we have a little bit of an improved ability to tank. Can we land this shot? Oh yeah, sick. First try. Kind of cool to see unique art assets for the backdrops. Like, obviously, it's kind of modular, and they're reusing parts, and they're randomizing kind of the looks of the rooms. But we're still seeing these doors and stuff. Like, every scene does look a little different. All right, so you can gain items that you already have, which doesn't give you anything. You're in Stromberg's Atlantis control room and bedroom. Just a few more fights to reach your target. Oh, new tile set though. I'm impressed. I wasn't expecting that. Oh. Oh, I see. Damage 8 times 2. So that's a... Oh man, I have to math. So I'm dropping damage by a third. But I am doubling... Would it be correct to say that I'm doubling my chance to hit? I'm doubling the amount of dice rolls. But I also don't... Well, let's try it, I guess. Well, okay, I don't know that I'm actually doubling the amount of dice rolls, because it could be... Well, I guess if you don't do individual dice rolls for both shots, then why wouldn't it just be 16 damage? But we'll try it. We'll try it. He had a gadget briefcase. So, I'll do this and... Oh, shit! I don't have the aimed shot! That's so cool. That that's not what I was expecting, but it's still cool. The actual options available to you changes with the equipment. So, yeah, I guess I that would have to have been 2 dice rolls, I guess, because yeah, because we missed one and we hit one. Okay. Oh, he's got an OS3 watch, which gives him +3 dexterity. All right, okay. Well, let's hope for the best here. 12%. Well, he could not unlikely miss every other attempt here, so... Nice, okay. Yeah, even if he hits, he wouldn't kill me. Yeah, so the quick shot is 3 shots then. Also, I wonder if the type of action you perform determines the turn order, which I think would kind of make sense, I guess. For certain things, that seemed to be the case. And I guess the quick shot happens before the regular shot. It's also kind of an interesting way to do things. Oh, sick, we got the watch. That's probably, yeah, +3 dexterity seems better than +1 dex, +1 defense, or whatever the fedora was. No time to stop and enjoy the ocean view. Oh. Well, it can take a little bit of time. All right, more gadgets. Oh, wait. So the watch... Is it... Wait. Oh, there we go. Sick. All right, so this is like just a... I guess maybe the X stink on the gadget is also because you can have that on the armor, whatever that means. I guess it could be a passive boost even if it's on the gadget. I thought it was an effect on the, like, when you actively use the gadget. But the OS3 watch gives me Dex +3, and that's going to be a, I mean, that, yeah, it's not related to actually using it as a item. But I guess it's also exploding somehow. I don't know what OS3 means, but I guess it's explosive is just like a property, because it said something about if you're in cover, charging or explosions like pull you out of cover or something. Well, +3 to Dex is excellent. I will happily take that. I think it's getting additional dice rolls and more chances to hit is a good thing. The gadget man. Oh yeah, that's right. I don't have the aimed thing. Go prone. Do this. Feels good to have just see that 5% number on his side. I mean, that's not great, but we're gonna take a lot of shots. Although we need to hit a lot of shots to deal that damage. All right, next time, I'm just already counting on losing here. Yeah, we'll just do parries. Yeah, I won't. I can't deal enough damage now. Let's just try this. Yeah, if he does like 2 melee attacks, that could basically be enough. Or if he does 1 and he keeps missing. I'm just standing there with my dukes up and his grenades just keep flying past me. There you go. Mission accomplished. Nice, level up. Okay. I need to fucking be able to hit shit, dude. Yeah, I'm just gonna put it all in shooting from here on out, for the time being anyway. Armor vest, okay. You have severely damaged the Atlantis base guard force. Not much further to reach Stromberg. 16 levels, dude. There's so many more levels to this than I expected. Brawling +1, armor +1. Yeah, okay. That doesn't help me. Really. MP83 rating. Welcome, welcome, folks. We're enjoying some mobile secret agent action. I was going to say James Bond action. We're not actually playing as Bond. We're playing as our own custom agent. LARPing as James Bond, reliving the events of The Spy Who Loved Me. We're on level 16, which appears to be close to the end of this particular story. It's kind of a neat game. Java phone game, of course, and we're doing some kind of turn-based tactics type action. Pretty cool. It's pretty cool. I'm enjoying it. What kind of dude are we fighting? Gun dude. Okay. Enjoyed RoboCop. I'm just trying to envision what that, like, what like, obviously there would not have been a current RoboCop anything of any importance at any time when these games would have been made, which obviously doesn't preclude games from happening, but I'm very curious. I want to see that game now. Like, I'm assuming they wouldn't have done a Java game for, like, the 2014 movie. That seems insane. But I mean, hey, it probably wouldn't have been a prohibitively expensive license to do a phone game in, like, 2006. But yeah, the Java phone game ocean is vast and deep. RoboCop is forever, says Alex Murphy. I mean, sure, yeah. No arguments there. Gunman, let's go prone, and you know what? I think I actually will change back to the assault rifle so I can do aimed shots. So the way this game works is you see your opponent, so you get a little bit of a preview, kind of what they're going to be doing, and you pick 5 actions, and they play out over the course of 5 turns. And you can see, like, the stats for dice rolls and whatever happened. And you just play out the turns. Shit. This is not good. He's gonna punch us. Or stab us. We have the life lead, it looks like. And he's gonna go prone, so he's not shooting. But he's doing a punch in the final... No, it's not. He's quick shooting. Okay. Right. Okay. Great. Excellent. Yeah, we got him. So most fights, like, it's very rare. In my, like, very first fight, I actually was killed because I didn't understand the game. Ever since then, no fight has ended, I think, with either me or the opponent actually having 0 HP. I still have not seen an opponent being killed. And we have had probably 6 fights at least end with both characters at full health. Because no one hits the other. So it's kind of funny how that works. But you still only ever do 5 rounds, and whoever has the most health left is the winner. Yeah, I've played the Xbox or whatever RoboCop game. I'm trying to remember. I played it on stream. I think I did it for, like, a 1,000 follower special thing. I did this whole thing of, like, a bingo board of a bunch of different, like, challenges and things. I think it was for that, and I played it, but I definitely did not finish it because it's pretty horrible and really tedious and boring. But the thing that really killed it for me is, like, there's, like, super unforgiving checkpoints that just make it a complete chore to actually play. Like, I don't mind playing games that aren't good, but when they're, like, actively frustrating... I don't like sewer mazes. I don't like sewer anything, and I don't like maze anything, so no. But I think I think I got through the sewer maze, and I was at the junkyard, like, spending an hour wandering around, not understanding what the fuck I was supposed to do, and there was, like, an instant death trap, and, like, respawning after that. It's like, oh, congrats, let's just redo the last hour, and I did not redo the last hour. In fact, I turned off the game and never came back to it, pretty much. But yeah, I mean, there were Game Boy the RoboCop things, and there was that Game Boy Advance game that leaked semi recently, or leaked, but there was a prototype that came out, which I never actually played, but I saw, like, it was kind of an interesting thing. I don't remember if that was also Titus, a Game Boy Color game. I'm not sure if I'm familiar with that, but yeah, like, things were happening, so it's not like I'm not stunned that there would have been a Java RoboCop game. It just wasn't on my radar, and it's not something, like, hearing that it exists, I'm not shocked, but I wouldn't have naturally walked around thinking, you know what? Let me find out if there's any RoboCop Java phone games. There probably is one. Like, maybe I should have been thinking that, but I wasn't. Then again, Java phone games is definitely not an area of expertise. I've only really mostly dabbled with them in the context of doing projects like this. I played, I don't remember. I think when we did the Batman stuff, we didn't actually play any phone games because at the time it was a little bit of a hassle, and I didn't really have the means to do so. But we looked at some of them. I played some Double Dragon stuff when we did that sort of series playthrough. I did a series of Jackie Chan streams doing like every Jackie Chan game, or all of them that I could find. I think I was unable to find a version of Cannibal Run 2. But we played a bunch of like MSX games and stuff like that, and we also played the Rush Hour 3 Java phone game. I'm trying to remember what else I've done. But yeah, basically it's like, if I'm looking over a body of work, whether it's a license or something like that, and it's like a chunk of games, I wouldn't check like what phone games exist within that realm, like we're doing now with Bond. But in terms of like a general exploration of Java phone games or anything like that, it's like such a vast thing that it's like, I would be interested for sure. I'm sure there's a million games out there that I would be very excited to check out. But it's like, I've already got all these other projects going on. It's like, it's too much of an endeavor. But I know that it's a big like blind spot that I would be very interested in addressing at some point. Dance Mat, Exercise, Jackie Chan games, those are not on my radar for sure. I mean, I guess I wouldn't have been able to play those anyway. At the time when I was doing that was in like 2016 or 2017 or something. I probably was doing a little bit less rigorous amounts of research than I would do today. At least somewhat less. But there are plenty more Jackie Chan games than I think most people in the English-speaking world would have assumed. Because yeah, I think the kind of the most interesting ones are probably those Japanese computer games. There's probably my favorite is the getting super sidetracked here, but that's fine. The Protector. It's like a single screen arcade action platformer. I forget his name, but it's like this one Japanese dude that made a series of Jackie Chan games, which I think were all on the MSX, but they might have been, because I'm pretty sure I didn't get around to or bother setting up PC-88. I think the Cannibal Run 2 game is on PC-88, and I think those other games might have also been on there, but I think I played them on the MSX. I can't quite recall. But there is the Protector, which is, like I said, it's sort of a side view, like arcade single screen platform action sort of a thing. And there's Police Story, where you kind of walk around in this map, like this police station building thing, but it's otherwise like kind of similar. It's a little bit like I want to say that that's like kind of isometric, but it uses the same kind of graphics, so it's a little bit like Chinese World, the Culture Brain game, with the sort of vaguely isometric view of walking around top down, but you still have like jumping and stuff. There is an MSX Wheels on Meals game, which is actually kind of cool and interesting, but I think that's unrelated, because there's the Wheels on Meals game and the Project A game that are kind of different from those other ones. But maybe all four of them are from the same developer. I forget. The Project A game is, or not Project, well, that's also sick. You go through the cave to like the pirate island or whatever. It's like a multi-genre game, because you have this sort of Spartan X like sequence. Of course, we played Spartan X, which is the Wheels on Meals. Spartan X is the Japanese title of Wheels on Meals. We played Spartan X2, the Famicom game. But the actual, like, the Spartan X game that people know has like fuck all to do with the movie, right? It's basically like Game of Death or whatever, but the character names are based, like, they use the names of the characters from the film. But the MSX Wheels on Meals game, Spartan X, has like the running to the castle sequence of this like 3D perspective, you know, kind of Outrun like, but you're like on foot, but you're being accosted by these like the BMX or like dirt bike thugs or whatever. And then I think there's a level where you go through the castle, and I remember I got to the Benny the Jet boss fight, which was fucking impossible, so I couldn't figure out how to beat that game. But yeah, those are all super interesting. And Project A2 for MSX2 was like utterly mega confusing. Like no clue. Like it's definitely one of those, I don't know what you would compare it to exactly. Like Xanadu, or not exactly Zelda 2, but it's like, it's that side view action adventure role playing kind of a thing where you clearly have to find the right NPC to talk to like hit progression triggers to advance, and it's like you have no real feedback on what you're supposed to do. I haven't played Dirty Harry. I'm like vaguely familiar with it, but I don't know if that's a similar kind of thing. But I felt that Project A2, even though obviously it's graphically far more like sophisticated than the previous games because it's on the MSX2, it was my least favorite of all the Jackie Chan PC games, because it was just so confusing and the action didn't really feel great either. There's Jackie Chan Action Kung Fu, of course, on Famicom and PC Engine, which are both like not really the exact same game, I don't think. The two Conoco arcade fighting games, and Stuntmaster, of course. But yeah, so if you say like Jackie Chan games, I think most people go like, oh, Stuntmaster, and then like, oh, is that the only game that exists? But Action Kung Fu for the NES even got a US release. And nowadays, I guess if you run in certain circles, Fists of Fire is like somewhat well known. But people don't necessarily realize that Master of Kung Fu and Fists of Fire are two totally different games. Oh yeah, the Jackie Chan Adventures games on PS2 and GBA. I played both of those too. The GBA one is like the most tedious fucking beat 'em up imaginable, with really ugly CG graphics. I mean, by GBA standards, they were tolerable. Although I guess that's not a good word to use because I barely tolerate them. But there's plenty of uglier CG sprite games on the GBA, but they weren't very like inspiring. The PS2 game was better for sure, but I also don't really remember anything from that game. But yeah, Action Kung Fu I think is like a pretty bog standard Hudson like action platformer. It's totally fine, but it's not super like the novelty of a Jackie Chan license thing being released with his likeness and name in the West in whenever that would have been, late 80s, early 90s, is fascinating, but as a game it's not the most interesting. It's competent, but about it. But yeah, lots to dig into with Jackie Chan games for sure. But as I said, the context for those kinds of things is really the only one in which I've actually spent any time looking into Java phone game stuff. But there's going to be a million other things out there for sure. For sure. Anyway, let's eliminate this guard so we can reach our target. How about that, huh? Oh, look at those couches. Even more luxurious now. There's like a different sprite that's larger than previously. That is so good. Did we get any... get here. Did we get... Oh yeah, we got like a pistol or something that we already had, didn't we? Oh. Yeah, we're good with this. I'm gonna... You know what? Fuck it. Let's try this. Oh, yeah, he's got like the SMG, so he gets to fire more. Okay, this is not looking great here, but... Oh, see? Well, I got lucky there. Oh, shit, he actually hit. Didn't do much... Oh, I got stunned, so I didn't get to shoot. So he's gonna go prone, and then he's gonna fire. But if I land one more shot here, I'm probably good. Yeah, he does so much less damage. Oh wait, I was gonna say that was actually very close. We don't get to see, unfortunately, the final like HP. I don't think. So we just have the life bars to judge from, and they're not really. It says there player health remaining 21, but we don't get to see the opponent's health remaining. I mean, it's fine. We won. SMG, we already have that. Level 18. You reach your target, Karl Stromberg. He relies on gadgets and guns and isn't much of a brawler. He makes up for lack of brawn with brains and assumes that because he's more intelligent than you, that he can beat you. Prove him wrong. Okay, so parries are going to be useless. Noted. Oh, unique sprite. Okay, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. So I mean, I guess we're just we're gonna. He's not gonna brawl, so we're not gonna be punished for the prone penalty. Let's just do this. Let's see how it goes. Just laying down. Yep. Okay. Oh, yeah. I think we're looking pretty good, guys. Are we gonna get our first confirmed kill here? Like, I could take that hit anyway. Okay, one last shot. Can we actually kill Karl Stromberg? Well, yeah, I guess we did. I guess we did. I was gonna say we drained his HP, but then he like stood up, but then he fell down. Got him. You win. Speed shoes. It's pretty good. Level 19. You have successfully eliminated Stromberg. However, Atlantis is about to explode and you have to escape. This guard stands in your way. I like that this guard, like, everything's gone to shit. His boss has been killed. But he is still prioritizing preventing my escape from, like, just keeping himself alive. That's... Oh, that's loyalty. Little shark fin. Alright, that's pretty good. Alright, he looks melee-y. Speed shoes. Is that going to be in here? Okay, so Dex +1, but we already have that, so... Alright, let's go full parry. Oh, the shark's swimming around. I wasn't sure because it was like static. But I guess there's a bunch of animated elements that like aren't previewed. Oh man, the riveting fight here. Yep, like one successful parry, that's it. And he's just gonna place the thing on the floor. Well, he failed. There we go, got him. It's so funny. Just like crouching, laying down, standing up, parrying across the room, and then just like attempting to place a gadget. Oh shit, I slipped. It didn't successfully get placed on the floor. And then you just parry one attack and like, yep. Job well done. All right, Bomblet is the gadget you start with, so that's the worst possible drop. Level 20. Turns out you did not finish the job with Jaws. He's angry that you have destroyed his home, his job, and his future. If you want to get out alive, you're going to need to defeat him. Well, looks like parrying is back on the menu, boys. Oh shit! Parry actually failed. Okay, I need to see the deets on that. Alright, so I guess it's just like, because when you successfully parry, you don't get to see the little to-hit roll. You don't see the, it just says, like where it says here, the final to-hit chance, if he does a thing and I parry it, it'll just say, you know, attack parried, and then you don't see the dice roll. It says it's as if the dice roll never happened. But this is, I think, the first time we attempted a parry and it actually did not work. Oh, dude, he's got 25 in brawling. Base chance to hit 72. I still think there's nothing we can do that's like better than parrying. Yeah, look, he's got the rest of his attacks are all charges. If he succeeds once, we're dead. But if we parry twice, I'm pretty sure we win. Well, we didn't. Oh, sick! The Jaws win pose. He's doing the fucking Blanca. Ooh, ooh. Dude, that's pretty incredible. All right, we lose, but we rematch, and we're just gonna ride this parry train all the way home. I mean, what else are you gonna do? I guess his stats are probably way better than last time. But still, again, I think the only thing, actually, what we could do, hypothetically, is we could place a gadget. If you have a placeable gadget that he, like, runs into, we have high dex and everything, so, honestly, parry is still far more likely to actually succeed. Like, if we attempt to place a gadget, I don't think his stats even come into the picture, because it's just going to be a dice roll of our, like, gadget stat if we can successfully place it. And if we do successfully place it, he would, like, walk into it and it would cancel out his melee attack. But I think that our odds are much better if we just attempt to parry. So I think this is just a strat. We don't really have anything to lose from just attempting multiple fights. Yeah, so now if he's just gonna take cover and parry, yeah, okay, we won. It's I mean, this game is sick, but it's also kind of stupid. This reminds me of when Goaty was playing Battle Golfer Yui on the Mega Drive, which is like a hilarious, sick game. And it was like, you know, it's a golf game that has this absurd comic book sci-fi story, and it's like a complete piss take of a game. Genuinely, like, it's a funny, jokey game, but also has like a, you know, it's a golf game with these like funny, goofy, novelty golf courses. But when you play against and it has like these little adventure game bits in between the golf matches, or whatever you call them, golf battles, I guess. But for some reason, the AI in that game is extremely prone to just forfeiting the games. Like, I don't know if it's some kind of weird AI thing where it can't calculate what's a good, you know, swing to aim for or whatever. They just, like, give up. So he basically made his entire way through that game. Like, you just have to have patience. Just keep playing. And it doesn't matter if you do better or worse. Like, inevitably, the computer will start giving up. Like, as they're winning, basically, and you can kind of get through the game that way, which is very odd. And I feel this is somewhat similar. What's up, Noodle? Yeah, the Q branch funding is taken care of for the time being. The CNET DVD quiz game has been funded and will be happening after this game, not today, but before Quantum of Solace. All right, Geralt Watch we already had. Congratulations, you defeated the evil genius Karl Stromberg and stopped his plot to destroy the world. You can play the story mode again to earn higher level items for your inventory. The game difficulty scales with your character's level, allowing you to play and always find it challenging. Did we just beat the game? Is there one story? Is The Spy Who Loved Me the story, singular, and not one of multiple movie-based campaigns? I guess that's the case. I guess that would explain why there isn't a screen to pick which movie we're playing, because we're just picking this one movie because it's the one that exists. That's not what I expected. And I feel like it's a little weird. They could have literally just come up with their own original story and used the exact same graphics and still just had Jaws, and it would be a fine thing. Man, what a weird thing. I like the way that it's built such that you can like keep building your stats. Like as a mobile game, for something you would play in short bursts but still like would find reason to go back to. That's like a good approach to it, I think. But it also means that for this kind of purpose of going through the game from beginning to end, it has a pretty abrupt anticlimactic ending. I mean, I think that's a GG. You know, we can fight random enemies. I mean, let's do that. Let's fight a random enemy. Agent, welcome to the combat simulator. Get ready to fight a random enemy. Yeah, so I guess we just fight like a random, you know, it's a randomly generated sort of fight with different backdrops and stats and what have you. And we can just employ our favorite strats and like farm for items. Like I would have kind of hoped to, like, I understand why the game's structured the way it is, and I think it makes sense. It would have obviously have been cool to see more locations and more characters and what have you. But more than that, like, I would have liked to have gotten to witness. Nice, we leveled up. Do that. Oh yeah, yeah, I forgot the timer hotkey thing. You know, over the course of the game, you know, before the story is over, see what more we would have been able to see in terms of the inventory and stuff. I mean, maybe the game is perfectly scaled for that, because we got to see the pistol, we got to see the SMG/rifle, we got to see the knife, and like maybe that's it. But I you know, we got 17 out of 8. We got less than 25% of all the items in the game. And yeah, story is completed. I was half correct, right? Because I said there's no like 0 out of whatever. So I figured like, oh, you could probably replay the stories multiple times, but as you complete a story, maybe you will get the option to pick which story you play, which in hindsight was a naive thing to think, because like, yeah, I wouldn't have expected them to put like 4 or 5 different tile sets for a story and then have like 5 different stories, unless they were just to reuse the graphics, which I guess they could have done. But yeah, it's just a number of times you have completed the Spy Who Loved Me story, aka the story. But you can also just do random individual skirmishes. So like there's items to collect, and it is funny to imagine what the various melee weapons might be. Like, is there another, you know, a stick or a baseball bat or, you know, whatever? But there probably isn't. There's probably just, I guess actually I'm not sure if we ever used the Geralt watch to see if that looked any different. I doubt it. We should probably try it though. But you know, we never saw any enemies. When enemies use the rifle or the pistol or the knife, like that looks like we can see how the sprites and animations are different. So if there was a wider range of weapons and enemies, or weapons and or melee and guns or whatever, we probably would have seen that over the course of 20 missions. Then again, maybe not. Maybe we just haven't reached high level enemies enough to see the miniguns and rocket launchers and shit. I feel uncomfortable ruling out the possibility. That's not to say that I will insist on like grinding the game out until we get to see it, but we don't know for sure. So let's do these things just to see what they might look like. And then we'll take cover. Yeah, so using his like fisticuffs animation. Unsurprisingly, the watch he doesn't actually strangle them. Oh shit! The text explained that if you take cover, you will get like knocked out of cover if someone does the charge. I didn't realize you would actually break the cover. That's kind of cool. Oh yeah, we didn't get to see Bond's briefcase idle animation because I literally never used a gadget. We might actually win here. Yeah, nice. Some extra stats, some extra XP. Oh, brass knuckles. You know, we got an item. Looks like there were downloadable story packs for this, but I would guess they're lost to time. That's actually really sick. Yeah, I wasn't sure because there's like there's this thing, right? And I don't know what the fuck will happen if I try to pick this. I guess we can stop the timer at 2 hours. And we'll press this and see if something happens. Yeah, I figured this would be the case. You would go to like your operator's whatever storefront, however that worked back then. So I mean, it's very possible that someone might have preserved them, but I don't know what loading it up would entail. I have no idea. Like, I barely know how this emulator works well enough to even play anything. So anything that would kind of involve storing different applications on the same device or different files to load them up to, you know, whatever. See, it's I don't know how you would go about doing that. I would be very open to receiving assistance in that matter if someone were interested in looking up how that might work, if that means the ability to play additional story campaigns for this game. I don't expect them to be all that exciting. I suppose the Goldfinger one is going to have a little Fort Knox background and we get to fight Oddjob, which I would gladly do. I don't think we're greatly missing out, but I would be interested. So we still have the mystery of the potential hidden final mission in Casino Royale, which I don't think exists, but it could. So that's something I would want to investigate a little bit further in my own time off stream. And if there is an actual hidden mission 15 or whatever, I'd play it on stream later if if I can find it. So same thing with this. If someone can fashion a method of getting those other campaigns loaded up so I can actually play them, I would happily do it. But I also have no issue with considering this game like done. But it would be interesting to investigate for sure. It's like one of those things where even if the files are out there and it is entirely possible to load up, it's just troublesome enough that you can find YouTube videos of someone playing through this game easily, but someone actually doing the other things, like, it might as well not exist because no one has ever documented it. Like, I could see that being a thing. But I also, I'm making assumptions about both its actual existence, if that data exists out there easily or at all gettable, let alone actually getting it to run. But yeah, like I said, I'm probably realistically not going to bother doing too much research on that. But I would happily take any assistance in it. And if at all possible, we might return to it. But I'm certainly not going to postpone the progression of James Bond for the purposes of trying to look into that for now. All right, exit game. Yes, what will happen? Oh, well, what do you know? Oh, shit. The emulator closed and my web browser just opened the website of French mobile phone operator Orange. So I guess it correctly opened some URL for something that obviously doesn't exist anymore. I wasn't taken to like, hey, buy your James Bond DLC page. Literally just the landing page. So presumably this version of the game that I happened to be playing was probably, tied to that operator or whatever. IGN review talks about 4 movies, mentions Live and Let Die. Yeah, the iPhone, there is an iPhone version, because when I first started trying to get this game to run, I had some problems. So I went on the internet to try to find different versions, because that's often the case for these Java phone games. They were made for a bunch of different resolutions and platforms and operators and whatever. So there's always not always, often in best cases, there's 30, anywhere between 5 and 50 or whatever different dumps of the game. So you can go on this Russian Java phone game site or whatever, and they'll just list dozens of downloads for the same game, and some of which will work better than others in some cases. So when I was looking for that this morning to try to find a version that I could get to work, one of the first results I got was this game for iPhone. So it does have an iPhone version, which I presume would have maybe come a little bit later, and it would not be surprising if that just included all of it. I would imagine, though, that especially not owning any Apple devices, although I don't know these days if that makes any difference, it would seem to me that playing an iPhone game is probably significantly more troublesome and difficult than trying to play a J2ME game. So unfortunately, I don't think that really helps us. But it would be interesting to perhaps see if one could find footage of it, because if someone did a full playthrough of the iPhone version, maybe they would be playing through all 4 campaigns and you could see what they look like at least. I don't know, maybe we might look into that. However, I've been live for 4.5 hours, so it's high time for a second break. When I return from the break, we will do not only the required spreadsheet documentation of this game, we will also revisit and catch up on the James Bond tier list, which we now have 3 games to rank. Not Quantum of Solace, Casino Royale, 007 Trivia, and James Bond Top Agent, 3 phone games we've been playing this year. And once we're done with that, I will probably be done with streaming for today. But we might try to take a few minutes to see if we can at least find some footage of the other campaigns in this game. Not that I expect it to be some super exciting revelation, but for the sake of being thorough, it would have been nice to have taken a look at it. But like I said, first we're going to take a bit of a break. I'll be back before too long with some hot spreadsheets. See you guys in just a little bit. All right. Tone these jams down just a little bit. And we can get to some hot spreadsheet action. That's why everyone's here. Everybody knows that retro streamers, retro stream viewers, all they want are spreadsheets. And I mean, that's how I feel. So bear with me for a moment as I prepare spreadsheets for us. My end. Let's see here. We should have. Let's see if I remember how to do this. Yeah, that looks like it's correct. So there we have that. And let me bring up the little interact window here. I can make this a little larger, a little more readable. James Bond, top agent. I guess. Yeah, this window has been completed. Has been completed. It's pretty funny. The last game was 1:59:59, and this is 20:54. Nice svelte 2-hour experience. I'll just write completed the Spy Who Loved Me story. That means that this is now green. And it means, actually, no. Does not mean that Quantum of Solace is next up. It means that the 6th bonus mission. Let me find my way back to this window here. The very bottom of the spreadsheet. Well, not the very bottom, but the bottom of the list. CNET 007 edition for DVD is up next. One way or another. Of course, the next actual game on the list, well, I shouldn't say actual, the next official game, the next numbered game is Quantum of Solace, followed by Quantum of Solace, and finally Quantum of Solace. We're heading back to the JTME universe I was gonna say one last time. That's not even true. There's more of them. But as our final check-in here in the Quantum of Solace tour, I'm very excited for the inaugural Xbox 360 game, not just because it's like, you know, kind of a generational leap. We haven't played any 360 or PS3 games for this challenge yet. But as you can see, like, it's been a while with these phone games. From Russia with Love was the most recent, like, 3D console Bond game. We played that in fucking, like, October or something. Yeah, November of last year. Quantum of Solace is it's the Treyarch game. It should be pretty good. And Eurocom did the PS2 game. They did Nightfire, I think. This is Nightfire, right? Yeah. They did the good Nightfire, the console Nightfire. The DS Quantum of Solace is by Vicarious Visions, and they usually do pretty good shit, right? So, and Java Ground, makers of Top Agent and Casino Royale, are responsible for the phone version of Quantum of Solace. I think we've got a pretty damn solid stretch of games ahead of us, and I'm quite excited. And yeah, since we just have the list in front of us anyway, then we have the GoldenEye quote-unquote remake, question mark, Daniel Craig's GoldenEye for the Nintendo Wii, which I have a copy of that game. I can play that just fine. But since we will be bringing out the Wii U to play that, if nothing else, I think that might be a good opportunity for me to, like, if I don't get around to it before then, since I will be pulling out the Wii U to play that game, maybe I would take that opportunity to look into soft modding or doing whatever I have to do with the Wii U to play some Japanese games and stuff. which would then naturally lead to us finally checking out Crazy Climber Wii. But then we have the DS GoldenEye as well. Bloodstone, 360 and DS. Then our final last return to the Java world with License to Drive and Top Trumps 007, the best of Bond. Then we're doing the PS3 version of GoldenEye, which came later and has some sort of extra mode and stuff. It is very possible that this game will be extremely similar to the Wii one, but I think it has like some new graphics or something. Even if it's 99% the same experience, I'm still eager to replay it because it's just going to be a perfectly decent 3D action game. Like, I feel like I've spent the entirety of this project looking forward to this like final stretch of Bond games where it's just like no frills, just normal. I guess modern isn't the right word, not contemporary, but like 3D action shooting games that aren't like weird or you know, inscrutable or extremely difficult or whack in some form or fashion. Like that's like, it's not that I want those the most because they're the most interesting, but because they're kind of the most relaxing in a way. They don't require so much work to play and enjoy. And I feel like I've kind of earned that after, you know, all this. And I'm happy for this. You know, why Bond felt like such a perfect thing for this kind of project is that because 007 Legends in 2012 is currently the last Bond game, we would never have to get into like current modern AAA horse shit, you know. Batman was a really fun experience, but those last couple of Lego and Arkham and VR and whatever, like those things could be a little bit of a slog to get through. And hopefully the stars align such that we can finish this and then without too much of a delay get to IO Interactive's Bond game, which I'm extremely excited for. I feel like ideally we get a release date for that is like far enough off that I can comfortably finish the rest of these games, but also close enough that I don't finish all these games and then have to wait 2 years to play it. Obviously I'm going to be playing that game and I would want to stream it, but I think the timing will have to determine whether it will be like Games Bond Mission 51 or Games Bond bonus stream, or if it's just like, hey guys, remember 5 years ago when I played all those James Bond games? Well, here's a new one, so let's do that again. Which is kind of how Gotham Knights ended up. I was expecting Gotham Knights when it was first announced to be like, oh hey, I finished the Caped Crusade like a year ago, it's a bonus thing, and then it was delayed for like 2 years, and it was also a shit game, so I guess I'm very glad I didn't commit to finishing that on stream. I played it for like 1 or 2 streams, and I'm like, man, I can't deal with this shit, and I begrudgingly finished it off stream, but that's neither here nor there. Anyway, I will make sure to rip the DVD for CNET, and I will try to devise a way to actually stream it. I can't even really guarantee that we can play it, but I'll make a stream out of it one way or the other, and that will be the next installment of Games Bond. After that, before we play Quantum of Solace, we have to watch Quantum of Solace. So there will be a movie night to watch Quantum of Solace on my Discord, but I don't want to schedule it before we have kind of taken care of CNET, or at least made a plan for it. It's possible that movie night and the beginning of Quantum of Solace could be as soon as next weekend, but it's possible that it'll require a little bit of tinkering and planning to get CNET like sorted. So I'm a little hesitant to commit to anything or make any announcements, but I'll keep you in the know. If nothing else, whenever I make any kind of progress on that front, I will be posting about it on my Discord. So I have the Games Bond channel for all Games Bond related news and updates. Now, this is part 1 of the spreadsheet taken care of. We can get rid of our timer. But we also have to enter the data to calculate the bond quotient. This is the scientific method I have devised by which we can determine which game scientifically is the most James Bond of all the James Bond video games. And this is done in step 1, listing out here in a number of recurring elements in Bond media, how many of these elements are present in each game. And this will currently lead us with a raw bond quotient. This is a raw sum of all these aspects. But before we can determine a final bond quotient, not only will I have to kind of go back and fill in some of these things. So some of these categories I added late, and I haven't accounted for them in some of these older games. So before we do this, this will be part of like the finale when this whole thing is said and done. I'll go back and make sure that everything here is filled in accurately. But more importantly, we will also have to weigh these values properly, because I've listed things that seem to me as, you know, common things that are like, hey, this is a Bond thing, right? But in order to properly reward games for depicting things that are the most kind of important, i.e. the most prevalent, we need to weigh these things by how prominent they actually are in the films. So any category here that represents something that is present in every single Bond film would be, a game should be rewarded for including it more so than including something that actually only happens in some Bond films. Or, you know, if you want to see it the other way, if something happens in every Bond film, the game should be penalized more heavily for not including it than something that only happens or, you know, shows up in some films. So basically, I will be keeping it, well, I am actually behind the scenes keeping a spreadsheet as we watch movies together of these things in the films also. And I will then go back and rewatch. I'm also, actually, shit, I don't know when we're fitting that in, but I always had in mind that we would do like a marathon of every Bond film leading up to the finale of James Bond, or maybe after it, I'm not sure. Although, probably before it, so I can keep this spreadsheet, whatever. And that's 25 movies, so that's something to do. But we would kind of marathon them, probably doing like 4 over a weekend or something. But yeah, we'll get to that when we get to it. Either way, this number here on the far right does not necessarily, it's not the final score. But we have this the tier list for all the games. And basically what we will be doing is we will be kind of combining these scores with the tier list to create this ultimate proper ranking of Bond video games, which I'm very excited for. I did a ranking of every Batman game at the end of the Caped Crusade, and that was fun, and I'm happy enough to have done that. And I have on my website, which I never update anymore, I have my official like ranking with write-ups for every game. But I feel like that ranking was not sufficiently scientific in its approach. So I'm very glad to have this as a supplement to help me determine not the best game, it's determining the most, you know, it's not which is the best James Bond game, it's which is the most James Bond game. But that's a factor that we need to take into account for proper assessment of quality in the end, I think, also. So with that introduction out of the way, for those of you who haven't been around for this before, let's get to it. Basically, I'm giving 1 point for a thing that's in the game, 0 for something that isn't, and occasionally a 0.5 for something that's kind of there in letter, if not spirit, or if it's like kind of an edge case, or maybe something that is implied but not quite on screen, etc., etc. There is a tuxedo. Our agent is wearing a tuxedo. Oh yeah, wrong window. I can't actually edit in this window. There we go. There is in fact gunplay, and there is in fact fisticuffs. There are gadgets. There's no driving of car or other. By extension, there are also no car gadgets. James Bond's trademark charm and slash or smarm, not really on display, which natural given that the titular James Bond is in fact not present, which we will get to. But sometimes the tone and atmosphere can come through even if it's not in his actual dialogue. But I don't think the narration really fits the bill here, or really rather reaches, you know, qualifies for this. There's no drinking, really. No stunts. There's running over to a guy and punching him, but I don't think that really counts. There's like a shark in the water, but no one ever falls into it. So, yeah, no stunts. No gambling. So, this one is interesting. Globetrotting. If we had the DLC, if we could play the other campaigns, there probably would at the very least be some implied globetrotting. And when I say implied globetrotting, what I mean is we would be told in text boxes between battles that we have traveled to a location. The Spy Who Loved Me all takes place on this ship or in the underwater base, but that's obviously not like different parts of the world. And even if that is in one exotic location, it's not really showcased. It's all like facility hallways and hangars and shit, right? So this, to me, to get like a proper full point for this, there needs to be more than one location. It needs to be somewhat interesting or exotic, and it needs to be sort of showcased. Like the game needs to make something of being in that location in the spirit of the films, right? There's always these beautiful establishing shots of these amazing locations. Like James Bond films are a form of, you know, tourism enjoyed vicariously from your couch or movie theater. And the experience we had playing the Spy Who Loved Me campaign, I think absolutely does not qualify. But I feel like I could put an asterisk here. So it was mentioned what? It was Goldfinger. Was it Live and Let Die? And was it Die Another Day? What was the other movie? That would have been a relatively recent one. Let me scroll up in chat and see what people mentioned. Yeah, Die Another Day, Goldfinger, and Live and Let Die. So Live and Let Die is like in is that Jamaica? Or what? He's in there in other movies. It's like some Caribbean setting, right? There's also parts of it that are in like Washington DC in the beginning, I think, right? Does he go to this club in like Harlem or whatever? I don't know. There's like some locations there, but probably the majority of the film is in this like Caribbean island. Die Another Day, I like barely remember. There's like ice flows and shit. There's this like science research facility in North Pole or some shit. And Goldfinger has the part where they're in like Switzerland or Austria or whatever it is. So that like there is opportunity for a variety of locations that could hypothetically be showcased in more interesting ways than like offices and hallways and that kind of thing. So if we were to include those campaigns, it's very possible that this game could score a 1 here, or at the very least a 0.5. But it wouldn't be fair of me to judge it based on like speculation. So we're gonna I would put 0 and an apostrophe, but I'm actually not sure what happens with the calculations here if I do that. I guess in fairness, given how I've done this with other games, the more fair thing to do would actually be to leave this blank for now. It won't affect, like, the calculations will still be the same, but seeing a blank square here for me reminds me that there's like something here for me to investigate. So I'll leave it blank for now, with the assumption that it'll remain a 0, but we won't have to commit to it. Because if I type 0, I'll definitely not remember to look back into it. So M-Briefing, I feel like I can give a 0.5, because we have the spirit of, you know, the idea of being briefed before missions. We have the opening stuff, but there's not, like, the person briefing us is never identified as M. And similarly, there's, well, I can't give a 0.5 for Q briefing also, because there's not really any kind of gadget briefing, so this is just straight up a 0, actually. Q branch is not mentioned or seen, neither is Moneypenny. The line Bond, James Bond, does not appear, which is natural because the agent Bond, James Bond, also does not appear, so that's a 0. The Bond theme is not featured in the game. There is music on the title screen, but I don't think that, looking at how I ranked this for other games, I'm not giving points for there being music. I'm trying to compare it to some other stuff. Yeah, like James Bond The Duel features the Bond theme, but it doesn't have like, it doesn't have the equivalent of a theme song that you would have from a film, which is kind of what this is meant to represent. So that's a 0. There is music on the title screen that I felt was familiar, that may actually be music from Casino Royale. You know what? I'm actually kind of going to leave this blank, because if that is in fact the Casino Royale theme that is kind of being reused, that is still a James Bond theme song, and they put like some sort of effort into that, which I should reward with some amount of points, more than 0, 0.5 or maybe even 0.25. But I will leave it blank for now. There was definitely no gun barrel sequence, no opening credits in the Bond tradition. No product placement. There was pistol. There was synth fiber fedora, but no like Sony Ericsson phone or BMW car or, you know, Walther P99 pistol or anything like that. Bond in Peril. Well, even if it was generic agent in Peril, I could have counted it, but that no such scenario took place in the game. There is no Bond actor likeness. Unusually, first time in a while, I think, well, except Silverfin, there are 0 sexy ladies, no implied sexy ladies, no ladies the sexiness of whom we are left to imagine. There are, in fact, from what I could tell, 0 women present in this game at all, which is, I don't want to say a first, but it's maybe a first, certainly in a while, in a game like this where there are characters on screen interacting with each other. Like in Casino Royale, you know, Vesper's in the game, even if she's there in the kind of dialogue headshot form. And I think for some other games we gave, let me look here. Yeah, like James Bond Trivia got points for having, like, you know, silhouettes of naked ladies in like the graphical presentation of the game. Like the imagery of sexy ladies as part of the kind of overall 007, you know, tapestry was included, and it was not in Top Agent. So by extension, there were also no sexy ladies, evil. Which in turn means that there was no one for Bond or other agents to exercise their dick powers with. So that's a 0. There was a henchman, all right. We fought Jaws, and as is tradition, we fought him more than once, so that definitely counts. I never liked quite the phrasing here where it says iconic villain. The thing about it is, like, I wanted to... Originally, I think I I don't remember the phrasing, but I put something to mean like, is there a villain from a film? But I realized that, well, you know, some games have their own original villains, and they should count just as much, because it's more about having a foil for Bond, right? And I meant to sort of distinguish that from, like, James Bond: The Duel has, like, Dr. Death or something mentioned in the manual, but he's never seen in-game at all or referred to in the game whatsoever. I think, yeah, the Duel, like, I think the Master System, or is it, no, one of them got a 0.5 for villain, and one of them got 0, because I think one of them mentions him in the manual, but not in the game, and the other game straight up doesn't mention him at all. Or maybe it's like, whatever, it's bullshit. So it's like, even if by some technicality there is in the narrative a villain of some kind, I mean, we don't get to see them. There's just absolutely nothing to them, so that wouldn't count. So there needs to be someone that has some amount of presence, and it doesn't really matter like whether something counts as iconic. I don't mean whether they have like a lasting impact on pop culture or anything. So basically, is there a Bond villain? There is in this game, right? There's Karl Stromberg. He is the actual villain from The Spy Who Loved Me. So I think that absolutely has to count. He's maybe not depicted in the most exciting fashion, but they put a Bond villain in the game, so that counts. Maybe he's in a bonus level. The Duel is an awesome game. Both of them, I think, are awesome. I like the Master System one more, but the Mega Drive one is cool too. But they really did a pretty lax job on leaning into Bond imagery with those games, or Bond themes even. Like, in some ways they do, but in a lot of ways they really don't. Like, it's a game that could very easily have been a Bond pastiche or a Bond knockoff, but it just, so, like, the fact that it all takes place on one island instead of like different locations, the fact that the plot is just like very lazily, oh, Dr. Death has revived and cloned some of Bond's greatest villains, so rescue these babes and walk around this thing, and whoops, there's Jaws, he's just walking around, let's shoot him a couple of times, okay, moving on. And it's just, you know, someone made some sick sprites of a couple of Bond like henchmen and put them in the game, but there's no like plot, there's like, I don't know, it's they're good games, but this is exactly what the Bond quotient science is for, to kind of, I don't want to say to penalize, but like to properly assess and to properly appreciate the games that do go to greater lengths to include not just specific kind of elements, but the overall, getting the overall feel right by referencing and including a lot of these smaller specific things. Because when the game scores really highly on this chart, like, it's always games that are pretty sick, even if they're bad, just because all this shit like elevates the games. So it is worth acknowledging. Moving on, Villain's Lair. It's not terribly exciting, but the game does in fact at least partially take place in Atlantis, Karl Stromberg's underwater lair. And we had the Jaws boss fight in like the HQ with the giant villainous globe with blinking lights in the background. I mean, that's effort. Putting that in the game, in a mobile game that, you know, doesn't have a lot of room for graphics, that is highly commendable and easily worth a point. No real speech, right? There's maybe a narration of an implication of a speech, but we don't get to see or hear the villain lecture us on anything. So, no points there. No points for James Bond Will Return, because James Bond wasn't even there in the first place, which does indeed make this the second game to get a minus point for not having Bond. It's weird. Like, I understand the idea of like customizing your stats, and especially in the context of doing like online like multiplayer battles or whatever, that you're like fighting agent versus agent, like your character against other characters. But it's so weird. Like, why is the story mode not just you're James Bond? Like, why are they going out of their way to call your character agent? Is it because it would be deemed out of character for Bond to use hunting knives? and synth fiber fedoras. I don't know. Seems like an odd choice, because like even if the campaign was, hey, you're just James Bond and this is the spy who loved me, they could use the same graphics, but in a multiplayer mode say, oh, you're agent. Odd choice, odd choice. Either way, we have the numbers. These will add up for a total raw bond quotient of 5.5. Not a terribly impressive number, but not at the bottom. That's for sure. We have several 2s and 3s. 4s, some of them from like old computer games that didn't really have, like, you know, there's not much game there. I do think, like, given the sophistication and what we're seeing on screen and everything, and the fidelity with which they're recreating the world of James Bond, we could have hoped for a higher number. I think the number could go up if we if we determine that it should get credit for globetrotting. That could be another full point. The theme song could be another half point. And you know, if this game gets another 1.5 points, that puts it at a 7, which, you know, is a slight bit higher. But you know, phone games will always be at a disadvantage because they just have limited means. So a lot of these kind of things that are on this list, the way you would include them is like visually, graphically, right? So it would be a large investment for them to spend very precious resources to have, like, I don't know, a martini glass or a sexy lady or whatever that doesn't like have an impact on the game per se. So still, could have been better, could have been worse. So there you have it, a 5.5 raw bond quotient. And as you can see, again, not a lot of games left to fill in here. Well, I guess you maybe can't quite see that, but there we go. So that is spreadsheeting completed. Next, let me see. Give me a moment to figure out how best to do this. I have a tier list. Okay, I can do this probably. Yeah, this looks all right. Yeah, okay. Boom, here we go. Like I said, we have the tier list in progress, and it is about time that we make some updates. Originally, I first created the tier list on the first anniversary in October of 2023. We have then revisited this like a few times. So obviously in the first sort of the inaugural tier listing, we ranked every game that we had played up until that point, which was like 15 games or something. And we've since checked in intermittently, and I decided at some point after, like, From Russia with Love or whatever, that, you know what, from here on out, I want to update this with every game. And the reason for that was that I ended up too frequently being in situations where I was supposed to rank a couple of games, and I mean, we're kind of there now too, where I have to remember games from like several months ago and try to compare them to other games that I played 2 years ago. But especially, you know, if you have something fresh in memory, it's a lot easier to place it on this list than if you have to kind of recount it. So what I first thought of as like a fun thing to kind of redo, like check back in every couple of months or something like that, that's what we're doing now, because I didn't keep up. Or like when I finished some of these other games, it was like right at the end of a long stream and I was already running late, so I didn't have time to do it on stream, and then I just like didn't want to do it off stream, and I didn't want to do it the next stream. So here we are. But I'm going to try, and because we have the time today, it works out very well. But I'm going to try to keep that a thing so that we can rank each of these upcoming games when we have them fresh in our memory and not have to rely on vague, hazy recollections. I don't recall if I did show this on stream. If I did, it would have been so long ago that it would be worth acknowledging now either way. But as you can see, we have quite a few tier lists, or tiers. Tier levels? Tiers is what they were called. We have added, since the start of this, the B+ tier and the S+ God Game tier. I felt that there really needed to be a distinction between the very top here, where the S+ God games are limited to James Bond 007 for the Game Boy and Everything or Nothing, the console game. It has the Xbox cover here. We ended up playing the PS2 version for reasons. The GBA game all the way down here in C. It's a different game. But yeah, the console, Everything or Nothing, absolute God game, incredible. And in the regular S tier, we've got 007 The Duel for the Master System, we've got Nightfire for consoles, and From Russia with Love. The other thing that changed here was, again, the splitting up B and B+, because B just had too many games in it. Like, I think what I had before was that all the games that are in S tier, they were in A, and like these two were always in their own tier. It's just that the ones that are currently in S were nestled in here among the A tier, and B and B+ were all in the same. So we ended up having a lot of games in the same tier that I just didn't feel, it didn't feel right to me to have them at the same level. And this, I think, feels better, more appropriate. I wouldn't expect to need to divvy this up any further, but we shall see. It is still an ongoing, work in progress. We don't need to go through everything again here, but I just wanted to, I guess, highlight some of the stuff at the very top. And in case you weren't aware, 007 Hover Chase is alone down here and not ranked, because this is a mobile game that, as it turned out, is not playable, or it's made for some very specific platform or something or other. So the typical J2ME, like Java phone game emulator solution, just does not run this game. And to my knowledge, there is no other alternate solution, short of maybe hypothetically having the actual phone that would run this. So for the time being, we're leaving this unplayed and thus unranked. But here we go. Casino Royale for phones. I definitely enjoyed this game. It had a lot of cool touches. It was very charming. It was, obviously limited in the ways you would expect from a phone game. The abrupt, weird ending, is anticlimactic. Unless there is a top secret 15th mission, in which case that's sick. But if I have to grind my character to max level to access it, less sick? I don't know. I think there's probably a limit to how high these Java phone games can climb on this list, just on account of the simplicity of their mechanics and, how they feel and everything. But just comparing it to how I've defined things on the list here, I feel like there's no way this is lower than Silverfin. Like, it's difficult to rank in a way, because if I put it up here, then it's like, all right, so what does this game do better, or why would I find this more enjoyable than some of the games that are here? Like, I shouldn't put it up here if I don't feel like it is, right? So PC Nightfire and Agent Under Fire, James Bond Jr., they all have like cool stuff, but they also have big frustrations. They're very annoying and difficult games that like are kind of unfun for a lot of reasons. Agent Under Fire isn't like super unfun for large stretches of it, but it had some horrible mansion stealth, and it just wasn't all that great. Like, the shooting didn't feel very good. Nightfire is more like uneven, where it's got high highs but very low lows. And Casino Royale on phones didn't really have a lot of annoying, frustrating stuff like that, but also, it's more kind of in the middle, right? Because it didn't have super high highs in a way, but it had some like cool shit. It's 100% worth a look. It's got like some cool, you know, it's got like those melee finishing moves and this cool animation that was kind of similar to the game we played today. And I think I liked it better than Silverfin. Silverfin was a pretty alright sort of puzzly game. Neither of them are games that you're gonna like really come back to over and over again. But Casino Royale, I think I'd be more inclined to sort of revisit over this. At the same time, if I compare it with what else is here, I feel like The Duel on the Mega Drive, Tomorrow Never Dies on PlayStation, and 007 Racing all have far more like exciting and interesting things, and like more satisfying actual, you know, feeling of playing the game. I'm very torn, but it is difficult because, again, sometimes you have games that are just kind of okay. They don't really stand out positively or negatively, kind of around this center chunk. But then you have games that are like so cool, but also have such awful stuff. Like, I don't know. The more I think of it, though, because I'm looking kind of down here at C tier as well, I think B is probably fair. And to be clear, there's no individual ranking in like within each tier. Maybe I would do that eventually, but not for now. Because the C tier are very much extremely perfunctory, fine, adequate games. And everything in B tier has like interesting stuff to them that these games didn't. Even if they also had annoying bits. And I think in that context, Casino Royale is like a clear step above the C tier games. But even if I enjoyed the playthrough, you know, the novelty and excitement of seeing what the game had to offer and what we got to do in it and how it was presented basically wore off within the first hour. And I don't think that's true for these games. Even if it's simply down to the amount of stuff in them, that I can't just say that that doesn't count, you know? A game that's super sick, but it's literally 2 minutes long. Like, how do I compare that with something that's 4 hours with moments of coolness that probably exceed 2 minutes total? Like, I don't know. It's hard. But I'm also, I think more, I mean, granted this was more recent, but in general, the B plus tier games, I'm actually looking at them now. I'm just like, you know what? I can see, like, I would enjoy going back to these games. I would enjoy going back to play these games, and I don't feel that very strongly about Casino Royale. And maybe I'd feel different 6 months from now when it's not as recent. 007 Racing had one mission that was a nightmare with the fucking invincible forklifts. Other than that, the annoyance factor was not that high. GoldenEye had way more annoying shit than 007 Racing. So, like, having annoying stuff doesn't preclude games from being ranked highly. It's just a matter of how much stuff annoys me versus how much stuff impresses me. 007 Racing, I think, was a lot of fun because everyone was, like, up until the point that we played it, so many people were, like, smugly, you know, rubbing their hands waiting for me to play this supposedly awful game. And I don't want to say I loved it, but I had a great time with it. It was awesome. Like, based on my expectations, it was like way cooler of a game. It's not a racing game, by the way. It's called 007 Racing, but it's not a racing game. It's like a car-based mission. Like, it has mission objectives like fucking GoldenEye. It's just you drive a vehicle in every level. And I found the structure of it and the variety of stages really interesting and fascinating. Like, for a vehicle-based Bond game, they did a lot with that concept. Like, it's a genuinely interesting game. And if it wasn't for the invincible forklifts, it would have been a very enjoyable experience beginning to end. But like the difficulty, like that's a difficulty spike in like level 4 out of 12 or something. Like, it's just weird. The storytelling aspects of it are very weak, with stuff just being explained in text off screen and shit. Like, it's goofy like that, but I like it. I like it. But yeah, Casino Royale B tier, that feels right. Next up is James Bond trivia. I feel like gut feeling is it's like kind of comfily in C tier because it's perfunctory, it's adequate, it's fine. It's kind of weird that you've had like it's just 100 questions in a random order, and you can like you lose lives by answering incorrectly, but you can like time over and refuse to answer to survive longer, but you don't get more points. Like the scoring system in it is actually kind of sick. Like the way it's and that's another game that I'm like half tempted to go back to. Because you like increase in rank depending on how many questions you answer correctly, but you could just like pass on every question throughout the entire game and just like go through 100 questions, not answering any of them, and just like get to the end. It's a little weird the way it's structured. Like it wasn't what I expected, but I think there's a kind of a ceiling for how exciting a trivia game can be. There's frankly a ceiling for how exciting these Java phone games can be, just again based on the means they have to present something. And I think James Bond Trivia does a good job with its assignment, but you know, at this point, because we didn't actually kind of beat the game, we didn't properly complete it per se. Like you can't, like, I don't know, you play until you lose and you get like a rank, whatever. But I mean, I guess maybe you can do like the 100 question kumite and win. And we didn't fully like 100% the full experience of it, but I just don't see it being like really like. But because we didn't do that, like there's part of me that still wants to go back to it. Like I can feel the desire for revenge, but I don't know how long lived that is either. Like it's less exciting in some ways than the other C tier games, but it's also kind of less bad than some of them. Like it's a pretty bland experience, but a phone trivia game, like how harshly can you really penalize it for being kind of a bland experience as a trivia game? I don't know. I feel like C is probably fair. There's no ceiling if it's Gameloft. I mean, I don't know that that's entirely true. The ceiling might be higher than B. I mean, I'm open to be proven wrong. I'm open to be proven wrong for sure, but at least based on my first-hand experiences. And even then, maybe it's not fair to say that there's a ceiling, but they are operating on a handicap. It's the same thing with these like text adventures. They're kind of cool for what they are, but there are certain things they just aren't really capable of doing. So it's somewhat inevitable that they will have a very hard time reaching the highest levels of this kind of ranking. But I just bring that up as a way of saying that it's not an indictment of the game. A game can I mean, a B tier is fine for any game. It's not a bad place to be. But if I never expected it to be able to rise above C tier, even getting B would be pretty, like, it means that it's kind of doing more than I would have expected or would have been required of them. But still, I think that that's probably fair. Top Agent. I'm inclined to put that here too. I feel like conceptually the idea of doing this tactical turn-based thing is actually really cool, and I was pretty like into it at the beginning, but I feel like the balancing is very odd, and the actual sort of decision-making space is a little lacking. The fact that the leveling up seems very tuned for like playing for longer and grinding, which I understand. Like, you don't want to buy a game for your phone and you play it for I played it for 2 hours. If you were actually playing it on your own without talking to chat, you will achieve what we did in probably half that time. Like, you would want the game to last more, which it's definitely tuned to be able to last you longer, but it's just kind of the same stuff stretched pretty thin, I feel like. I could see a version of this game concept being made today with slightly different, like, even if it was a phone game, just having it be a little more fleshed out, a little more like strategic elements. Like, I'm thinking of other sort of tactics, turn-based card builder, or, you know, deck builder sort of things, like Fights in Tight Spaces or Slay the Spire or Balatro, or, you know, that kind of a thing, and doing like this, you know, progression of fights with this kind of simultaneous turn-based Robo Rally-esque thing. Like, that's a really strong core of an idea for a game that would be cool, where you can like create situations for sick action stuff happening, but without requiring, like, you know, dexterous action gameplay. But this game definitely doesn't live up to the potential of such an idea. It's an interesting demonstration of it, but it doesn't really I think it lets the concept down a little bit. I love the visuals, the little animations, the fact that you see the different weapons. The backgrounds were nicely done. Like, it's all within the scope of what the game is. It's nicely presented, but the scope is just not really... Like, I was hopeful that because it's not trying to present these unique action levels, that it would be more like systemic and sort of a type. It feels to me like a type of game that doesn't have to rely on the same things like an action game, so that it would actually be really well suited to a phone game like this, because it's all about the, you know, the design, the math, the structure and stuff that isn't as much of a limiting factor on a phone. But then it kind of doesn't really do that much with it. So it has charm to carry it above a C. I kind of like it better than the games in the C tier, I think. But it's kind of an edge case, honestly. It's so hard. It's like the games are all so kind of similar. Like, Top Agent is like neat, you know, but it's so luck based that you just, in a lot of cases, you just kind of end up brute forcing because your strategic choices are just guesswork. I don't know. I just feel like if you tweaked certain things about the formula, it could be an awesome game, and it's just not that. But I still kind of project my vision of that awesome game onto it to kind of elevate it beyond what's actually fair. Same time, it seems, well, maybe not. I was gonna say it would seem weird to rank it lower than Casino Royale, but maybe not. Maybe not. What's up, Running Wild? Quite the list. Seen many fighting game tier lists that go from S to A. Well, let me tell you, there are plenty of Bond games that do not achieve anything I would be comfortable calling A tier. In fact, as you can see, there's quite a few that struggle to reach what I would consider a passing grade. But there are ones that cannot be contained within a mere S tier either. The S plus God games deserve their special recognition. Well, we're not likely to come back to this months from now and have anything more fresh in memory than we do now. But context of other games can also help kind of illuminate shortcomings in current rankings. So, you know, looking at what's here, it seems very easy to imagine that some of these games are going to land in B tier, right? And I could easily see the argument for adding a C plus or B minus. At which point, like, if I have a rank in between these two, right now I'm not sure exactly which I would move down from B and which I would move up from C. But there would probably be some. Like, looking at the C tier, I feel like Live and Let Die is actually like kind of cool. The original, you know, this was the 82, 83 game, whatever, for Atari and SG-1000, etc. And that's just like, it just is here because there's nothing much to it. Chris Gray's James Bond Jr. for the Super Nintendo is just like mega bland and just has even less going for it. So I think this is like a good candidate for like this. There's no way I would elevate that further. This is a weak C for sure. But Live and Let Die, that's like, you know, that's kind of maybe a stronger C. There's very little game there too, but it's a lot more cool and interesting and fun, I felt. And same thing here in the B tier, like, yeah, the Living Daylights is cool, but it's fucking impossible. Mutual Kill is kind of a weird one, but I still enjoyed it as far as the text adventures go. So I don't know. I'll see if changes need to be made as we go further, because we've already made some changes as we go. Nothing is final until it's final. Every game played so far for James Bond is on here. Right now, this is me editing it, so there's no public link to this, but there will be, or I will post an image or something on Discord at least. But you do have the spreadsheet, so you can see all the games that have been played have also been ranked. So James Bond Jr. for the NES by Funcom. I always get Funcom and Eurocom confused. I think Funcom made the NES James Bond Jr., which is like ambitious and interesting and cool as hell in some ways and funny, but also has fuck all to do with James Bond Jr. I put that in B tier because it's ambitious and interesting. You get Funcom and Falcom confused. I mean, I can see that. Well, I mean, I can't really see that beyond, like, if you think of their actual games, but obviously the names are close enough. I suppose I say that not necessarily having much ground to stand on in thinking that Eurocom and Funcom have particularly similar games to get confused, but that's whatever. And the Chris Gray Super Nintendo James Bond Jr. is in C tier. It has a little bit more to do with James Bond Jr. It has actual characters from the show in the game, unlike the NES one. It has the theme song from the show in the game, unlike the NES one. But the music also sounds like shit. I mean, I know it's Macaw 45's favorite game music. But it's very cookie cutter and just blah. It's like not quite bad enough to be really bad, but it's definitely not good enough to be good. James Bond Jr. on the NES is like, it's weird because you can beat the game with like infinite credit feeding, and it's like quite forgiving. And then when you beat the game, you like unlock hard mode or whatever. Like you have to beat, it's like a 2-loop game. You have to beat the second loop to beat the game. And in the second loop, it's not actually harder. The game is the exact same, but you have 0 continues. And it's already a pretty tough game. It's like 4 levels that are each like 45 minutes long or something. Like it's pretty nuts. It does have Werewolf Potion, yes, and that is not only a big part of the game's charm, it is also emblematic of the game's charm. Like it's an extremely European puzzly platformer that has like a billion ideas squeezed into a template that it does not quite fit, and that's always interesting. But you know, the game is very European, parentheses, you know, affectionate, but it's also terribly European, parentheses, pejorative. Like it's got both sides of that coin. But you can drink a potion and turn into a werewolf, which quite frankly more James Bond games could do with that feature. More video games in general could do with that feature. I can scarcely think of a video game that would not be improved by the presence of a potion which you could drink to turn into a werewolf. There's just certain things like that, you know? Scaling buildings, jumping over rooftops, customizing your clothes, wrestling moves, werewolf potions. Put any one of these things into your game and I will like that game better. I didn't know werewolf potions was on that list until I played James Bond Jr. for the NES. But I did, and now it is. So it has got that going for it. Having said that, I think the frustrations and challenges and difficulty and nonsense of that game kind of does prevent it from climbing higher. It's a game that you could sort of... I think there's easily a B+ or potentially even an A tier game inside there, but it's, you know, being held back by some D tier aspects. This game might be the most sort of you know, this is the one singular game that maybe straddles the widest range of tiers within that one game in this list. Because a lot of games have, like, you know, it's a good game with some bad bits or a bad game with some good bits, but yeah, I think James Bond Jr. on the NES might be the extreme as far as that goes. But there you have it. That is the James Bond tier list as of April 5th, 2025. As mentioned, next up is the 4-game batch of Quantum of Solace for Xbox 360, PS2, Nintendo DS, and J2ME. All 4 of which are developed by different powerhouse developers. The first one is by Treyarch, which are, you know, new to us in James Bond. But Treyarch, makers of, at the very least, highly adequate Call of Duty games at this point in time. I guess this would have been like 08, 09-ish or whatever this came out, 08. That would have been kind of concurrent, I guess, with World at War. Because Modern Warfare was 2007, and World at War was the one after that, right? So that would have been 08. So yeah, this would have been around that time. Maybe these games were a little bit later, like, because the Top Agent, it said, was 08 in time with Quantum of Solace. So maybe the Quantum of Solace games came out alongside, like, the home video release in 2009 or something like that. But even then, like, that was... Is it fair to say that was Treyarch at the height of their powers? I don't know, but at the very, like, they were very much like an A-list developer, at least as far as Activision was concerned. They didn't put some, like, budget studio to make this. Unless maybe if you think of how thinly they must have been stretched. If they did Web of Shadows and those 2 games kind of at the same time. But I don't think either of those games are, like, thought of as being particularly weak or anything. So given the standards that we're kind of operating on here, I would say that Quantum of Solace for the Xbox 360 by Treyarch stands a very good chance of being ranked B tier or higher. The PS2 version is developed not by Funcom, but by Eurocom, makers of S+ God Game tier... no, sorry, my bad. Merely human S tier Nightfire for consoles. I think, was it Redwood Shores that made Everything or Nothing, I think? Actually, I can just look that up, can't I? Yeah, Redwood Shores did Everything or Nothing and From Russia with Love. And Eurocom did Nightfire. So the makers of console Nightfire did the PS2 one. That's pretty promising. The DS game was from Vicarious Visions, who we also, I don't think we have played anything. Actually, we might have. Let's take a look. I don't think so. Nope. I think that, yeah, Vicarious Visions are going to be like a one and done here with Quantum of Solace on the DS. But they have a good reputation, right? They did, especially on portables, doing like the portable Tony Hawk games and stuff. I trust them to deliver a pretty good experience. And then the Quantum of Solace games for phones is by Java Ground, the people who made Casino Royale and Top Agent, two of the highest rated mobile games on this list, you know? So I don't think any of these four are going to be bad. In fact, chances are they're going to be among the best of the games left here on the list. Bloodstone might be sick, but I have higher hopes for these games than I do for any of the GoldenEyes or the remaining phone games. 007 License to Drive is an extremely funny title, so I'm excited to see what that's going to be like. But yeah, hypers for the Bond games based on the shittest movie. Yes, but also apparently at least the Treyarch game, but I assume this is kind of going to carry over to the others as well. Apparently the game, half of the game is like based on Casino Royale. I was gonna say because they didn't have access to the movie, or they didn't have a script or whatever, but they didn't have a script when they fucking shot the movie, so no wonder the game people didn't have a script. So, you know, and that movie's really good. So I mean, there's potential there. I'm extremely, like, that's the one thing I know about the game, and I don't even know to what extent that applies to the different games. So maybe that's only the Treyarch game, or maybe that's all of them. I'm always excited to see like different takes on the same source material. But just seeing 4 different games based on the same movie, it's going to be really fun to see what they have in common and how they differ, and if there's going to be like completely different levels, or like going back to stuff like The World's Not Enough on PS1 and N64 was fascinating, because they had a lot of the same levels in terms of like, oh, this is the level where this happens, but the mechanics and what you actually do in the level were totally different. Like both of them have a stage where you do downhill skiing while shooting dudes, and they're both like super different. They both have a scene in the opening like London chase where you have to go into the subway to stop a bomb, which is not in the movie, but it's a scene they like added to the video game in both games, in like total, in all 3 games. Because let's not forget, there's also The World's Not Enough for Game Boy Color, which is an absolute dog shit trash game. Like stage 2 in this game is you wander around the subway to stop bombs. So that's like a thing that existed in some design spec that was used in all 3 games. That's not from the movie. So that's like extra weird and interesting. But also in general, just seeing the sort of key moments or set piece stunts or action sequences and whatever that were included in each game, sort of interpreted differently. I find that always fun. So the fact that we have 4 separate versions to witness that in, I'm very excited. And that's part of why I want to make sure, to the best of my ability, to play these games in as tight a succession as possible, so we don't have these 4 games spread out over the next like fucking 5 months. But we'll see. First, we have to deal with the DVD trivia game. And then from there, we can figure out some sort of a schedule for Quantum of Solace. But there you have it. That is Games Bond for today. I figured a mobile game, that'll be quick. Kind of was, but I have been streaming now for getting up on 6 hours. And I'm glad we took the time, because it did afford us the ability to keep this spreadsheet and tier list updated. Let me hop on over here. We are more or less done for the day, but I have something that I wanted to show and talk about real quick before we wrap up. I can bring back this real quick. At the beginning of the stream, I was showing some stuff that I got in the mail recently. I among other things, I've been adding to my Microids collection and got a physical T-Rex edition of the Joe and Mac remake by prestigious Mr. Nuts Studio. Just kind of got that on a whim. Macaw 45 and fans thereof might be excited to see I got the German Kevin Costner Waterworld Blu-ray. Pretty good. I got some other movies and stuff, not that important or exciting. But yeah, Joe and Mac joins, since I happen to have it on hand, Grendizer, Asterix, Beyond a Steel Sky, I think Black Sad, and maybe one or two other Microids games in my collection that I don't know. I've become a fan of Microids. I mean, I guess it's just because they keep putting out a shit ton of licensed games, and I think that's sick. And it's like, I mean, it doesn't really matter if any of them are any good, but I still think it's kind of cool that they're doing that. And I'm praying that the upcoming Cobra game will have a ridiculous expensive collector's edition with a figure or some shit. Yeah, I've been wanting to play the Tintin game. Like, it looks interesting. And it's been on sale, but not quite steep discount enough for me to take the plunge. Especially knowing that, like, I probably won't get around to actually playing it. I have enough Microids games in my backlog. I have also digital copies of, I think I got at least one of the Agatha Christie games on Xbox. And I think they might have also put out some Sherlock Holmes games. Like, Sherlock Holmes is confusing because it's public domain, right? So there's not like one company doing a series of Sherlock Holmes games. There's like a bunch of different series of Sherlock Holmes games that are internally, you know, I guess, series, but they're not connected to each other. But I'm pretty sure, yeah, point being, I have a bunch of Microids games that I want to play. I'll get to the Cigar of the Pharaohs. Is that the name of it? I forget. I don't know the English titles of the books very well. But yeah, the recent-ish Tintin game. I mean, I love those books growing up. I probably still do. I just haven't read one in a long time. Yeah, I've been curious about that game for sure. But the other thing I just wanted to show real quick is I wanted to give a update for those of you who aren't on my Discord on Jumper, the game I am currently working on, because I have been putting in some work over the last couple of weekends, making some maybe not the most exciting progress for everyone, but very steady and for me very meaningful progress. I'd say not the most exciting progress in that it's like I still haven't started working on graphics, for example, but there's a bunch of core functionality that's kind of slotting into place. So the list of things I need to do before I can start working on the graphics is rapidly decreasing. So let me see if I can just boot up this most recent Windows build of the game, and I can just sort of show what it looks like. Yes, we can hop to scene. We'll just do this. I need to change this to something else anyway. Just well, let's just do this. I need to, I've been saying this a couple of times, I need to just set up a separate scene for this, I think, but this should yep, okay. Hey, there we go. So there's a title screen now. That's definitely new since I showed this on stream last time. I've implemented an options screen. This isn't really going to play well on stream, but there's like window full screen settings that work. There are volume sliders that they work in the sense that you can slide them and change the number, but they don't actually do anything. Not only is there no audio in the game, but these sliders aren't connected to anything. I have to research how to do that. I can reset the high score. There's a little timer on that. There's no visual indications, but yeah, so you have to confirm that you actually want to delete the high score. But there is a high score, and it's being saved, and you can reset it, and that all works correctly. There's going to be some kind of how to play thing. I haven't done that yet, so let's just go to the options currently. But you can properly transition from the title screen into the game proper. I think the HUD might have even changed since I showed this on stream last time. I moved some things around. I have a kind of an idea of what I want to do with the HUD in terms of not like graphically, strictly speaking, although kind of. But Animated Taco gave me the idea to put like a portrait of the character, like in Doom or something, and I thought that was an awesome idea, so I'm definitely going to do that. But I'm also going to change a little bit how things are displayed, because the problem with the UI right now, which is good to like test so you can actually get a feel for, is that the information is the visual priority of the information isn't like really well balanced. So the way this works is I reached max speed, and while at max speed, that gear, that little gauge will go up. Ah, I fucked up. So this is kind of new. This game over screen is different from before. I set a new high score. The proper reset, unlike before. It used to be when I clicked the reset button, it just reloaded the level, but it doesn't do that now. It keeps persistence and it just sort of resets everything. Which means, among other things, when I have music in the game, I'll be able to just keep the music playing while resetting, etc. But yeah, so I'm at gear 1 with a 1 multiplier. When I land, boom, shift up. Now I'm in gear 2, and now I have a 1.5 multiplier on score. So basically you build speed while running on the ground, or on the roof, I guess. And as you reach the current max speed, you will start like preparing the shift to the next gear. And when you reach the next gear, you get a higher score multiplier and a higher max speed. And if you bump into an obstacle like that, you will go down 1 gear and lose some speed. And the level, obviously this isn't like finished. There are systems in place for it, but it's not like tweaked. But the level, there's like a progression. You can see that the gaps kind of get wider as I get further. So having speed isn't just for keeping a high multiplier for score. It's also like losing speed isn't too big of a deal in the beginning. But as you reach like the max level, which I might be at the max level now, I'm not sure. There is, by design, no visual indicator for the level you're on, because it's meant to be kind of this seamless, gradual increase in difficulty. When I play in the editor, I have like a debug little text thing that tells me, but it's not in the like shipping version, so I'm not sure. But at this point, I've gotten far enough that I'm pretty sure it's the top level. And the game is a little easier now than it used to be because I lowered the speeds quite a bit. Well, let me see if I can... Oh, that's pretty bad. Okay. I want to see... Oh, okay, this is bad. Rip. There you go, game over. A little animated, bouncy game over text. You see the final score, the score gets saved, and you can reset. So all that shit, like with the actual... Most of the stuff that I've done recently, I did make some tweaks to some of the level generation stuff. I changed the system that sort of determines the rules for how a platform is allowed to be placed to try to address some issues. And I think it's a little bit broken right now. It works fine, game's playable, but the rules that I'm trying to put in place, I'm not sure if they are actually being quite correctly applied. But also that doesn't really matter if like the game works. But the big thing I've been focusing on recently is all this, like I said, boring stuff, like with the game loop and the menus and the resetting of the state and all that stuff. The UI, like getting stuff in place. So yeah, right now the difficulty balancing is a bit weird too, because it's like you kind of want to make sure to reach the higher gears early on, because it's only going to get harder to find the opportunity to even be running to build speed. But you also, your acceleration rate goes down as you reach higher gears, so it's going to be kind of exponentially harder to actually reach the higher gears. So prior to the most recent round of changes, I had literally never reached gear 5. But I could do it a few times without too much trouble, like during development. I was messing around with it now. It's not super duper easy, but it's also kind of luck based, obviously, because kind of random. So as far as the difficulty scaling, what changes, and it's all based on distance, just how far you've traveled. Hey, new high score. That's something I want to make sure to add also, that if you actually get a new high score, it should like signal that, so it's a little more obvious. Oh yeah, so the difficulty scaling, basically there are 4 or 5 levels, and as you reach certain thresholds, you advance from one level to the next. And the levels determine, like for each level, there's like one set of rules. Basically, every rule that is in place for like how many obstacles can be on a building, how far apart the buildings can be, how high or low they can be. There's technically a few more variables, but that's basically it. There's like for each difficulty level, that setting can be a different number. So the minimum distance between buildings increases slightly, and the maximum distance between buildings increases more noticeably. But also the density of, or like likelihood of obstacles appearing increases. There's also a rule that's like, if a obstacle has been placed on the building, if you're at a lower difficulty, I mistimed that, that's bad. On lower levels, basically if there is one obstacle, there's like a guarantee that there won't be more of them. And that percentage, like basically once an obstacle does get placed on a building, there's like a dice roll to determine whether more are allowed. And the odds of that change. So it's more likely that multiple items or multiple obstacles will be allowed on higher levels, etc. So you can see that there's, yeah, quite a lot of bigger gaps. So there's the difficulty balancing isn't something I've like done properly yet, but it's just something I'm tinkering with here and there. But it's primarily, the focus has been putting everything that needs to be in the game in place, making sure that I have the knobs to turn and tweak to change things, and learning and understanding how to configure and set up the kind of systems that I will need. And I do want to change the way obstacles are spawned on buildings. Without going too in depth, it's the way it currently works means that obstacles are more likely to spawn in beginning of a building, like to the left rather than to the right, because it does like a check from the start of the building and kind of goes in linear fashion from start to back. And the order in which those obstacles are placed does have an impact because of that, like, am I allowed to place more obstacles check. I don't know that it's actually an issue, but oh, okay. Whew. In terms of like how the difficulty will sort of end up, but it doesn't feel right. I'm not like happy with how that works, because I feel like it would be, oh, that's bad. It would be better if it was actually like, if it basically looked at, you know, a building is generated, and instead of going from left to right placing things, that it would like determine the area of the building, and from that decide how many obstacles is appropriate for the building, and then spit out random locations based on that with like a minimum gap between them. There's like just much better sophisticated ways of determining the random position of the obstacles than I'm using right now. However, I haven't, like, this system will work, but also if I were to kind of rewrite that system, it might be a little dependent on the actual platforms. And obviously there's no graphics, right? So my intention is to, like, these are supposed to be buildings. You're jumping between rooftops. And I haven't gotten to the point where I've decided how to make the buildings, like how to build the graphics, the art assets for them. And I know that I can figure it out, but I haven't done that work yet. So in my, like, the systems that I have in place should make it relatively painless to sort of slot in actual graphics instead of these generic cubes that are just scaled to size. But I can't just generate a building and scale it to size, because that's gonna just stretch the art and that's gonna not look right. So I need to have some other system in place there to generate buildings of different sizes that still look good, which means that the final buildings that I slot into this like platform spawner will work a little different than what I have now. The system I have now for obstacles will work regardless of what that building or platform is, but because the buildings will change, what I can do with them, like just the conditions for that, will also change. So that would like be a reasonable time to look at that. Man, it's not super easy to talk while I'm playing this, which is a good sign. And quite frankly, like, I don't know that the game's fun or good, but at least to me, it does. I feel like I have achieved that somewhat addictive quality where it's like complete lizard brain, just clicking to jump, but also looking at that score number go up. And if I finish a run, being like, I think I can beat that score. I almost got to gear 5. Yeah, the amount of speed I lose there probably should be a little higher. But yeah, there's like a million things to tweak. This is probably the best score I've ever gotten on this like version of the game. But yeah, that's the other thing. Like, I'm gonna need help and input with like playtesting to see what's fun and to see if, like, people have done score challenges on stupider games than this, but ideally that was bad. Ideally, I would want the game to be something that people would actually find interesting and fun to play. Even though for me personally, my main purpose with making this game is to practice making games and to learn Unreal Engine. It's not really, I don't have any expectations of this being a game that people are going to really care about, or at least that's not why I'm making it. If people do, that's awesome, but I think if anything, if people do care about something with this game, I imagine that it would be the art, like, because that's the part that I feel like I can do. You know, regardless of how simple the game is, regardless of how well it runs, I feel more confident in my ability to make something that looks cool and interesting than my ability to make something that plays well. But like I said, the quality is secondary to just getting the practice and learning stuff. But yeah, like I said, I've been making good progress recently, and that's very satisfying. And I spent most of yesterday doing the main menu and getting that to work. And also, actually, one feature that I didn't show yet. Let me see if we can... Can we do this? Yes! We got the 8 times multiplier. Means that if we can keep this up for just a little bit, we might get that high score pretty quickly. And doing these like low jumps just over these boxes feels pretty good. Okay, I lost some gears and multipliers there, but we got a good chunky boost from that Gear 5 stretch. So even, you know, on a basic level, how long should a run of this game be? Should I aim for something that's, you know, you're basically guaranteed dead in 30 seconds? Or should a run be allowed... Well, that was close. We got the high score. Should a run be allowed to stick around for like 5 minutes? There's definitely not going to be like an actual end, because that's like outside of the scope. But just in terms of tuning of what's like I would be aiming for, I don't know yet. But as you can see, like I just kind of want to keep playing, and I think that's very promising. I will not be charging money for this game, but I do plan to release it publicly, and that's also part of the stuff I want to learn with this. So currently, I guess the plan is to release a Windows version on itch or something like that. I might look into a Android version. Right now, the game is playable with a mouse. You can also use the spacebar. Oh, that was a badly timed jump. I haven't done any controller testing, but it should work. The one thing I don't know how controllers will handle is like menu stuff. But we'll see. We'll see. If I feel like I'm basically done with the game, I'm probably not going to want to spend a lot of time and effort troubleshooting to get it to work with controllers. Like the biggest reason I have now for wanting to do that would be probably for like Steam Deck. But whatever. That again, mostly about like figuring out how Unreal Engine works and how deploying to different platforms work, for like future reference more than anything. But yeah, with the options and title screen navigation and all that working. Oh yeah, so this is the other thing I didn't show yet. I have an actual pause feature that works. And I can just restart, and it actually works. I think there was some slight glitchiness with some HUD things there. But it works. And I can also do this. Our high score has been updated. I didn't even realize that I actually broke 10k. That's sick. This stuff I'm also curious to get some feedback on, if this like actually works. I'm not sure if and how I can configure this to always like default to booting up in windowed mode. Also, this isn't quite doing what it's supposed to, because this should populate with... It should be able to detect what my current settings are and show that here. Which is not... Like, obviously, I'm playing it in windowed full screen. Like, these are my current settings, but that's not what it... Whatever. I'm learning. I'm learning. So before I had this stuff, before I had the proper reset, before I had the pause, like, these are all things that, like, well, I can't release the game without those things. I need to have those things in there. They're not exciting, but they need to be there. But right now, the stuff that needs to be there is almost all there. This page, like the about, whatever, I'm gonna, like, I want to put credits and maybe how to play, like, explaining the game rules and stuff, something like that. But the scope of the game itself is deliberately small. There's not going to be multiple levels or multiple characters or unlocks or that kind of thing. I was dabbling with some of those things. I was doing a little bit of research with how that would work, and I actually know basically how I could track certain things for like achievements or unlocks. But it's like just a necessary scope creep. So I'm not going to bother with that. But then the art obviously is not nothing. I look forward to doing it, but it's also like, oh man, so much art I have to do. And sound. I don't know. I have no idea what I'm going to do with sound. But I'm looking forward to figuring it out. But yeah, so my plan is to release this game this year. And I think I'm very well on track to do so. Basically, if I would find myself like short on time, because I prioritized like building the foundations first, I could more or less at any point just pull the plug on development and say, fuck it, good enough, ship it, which is great. That feels good. Like, I wouldn't want to ship it like this, but I could. Can you make achievements to the game? No, because the issue is not designing them. The issue is implementing them, and more importantly, implementing the system for them, and implementing the systems for something. Like, if I had achievements in terms of the functionality to track certain things, I would, for that to have any meaning, the things that are tracked would then have to do something else, even if that something else is literally like unlocking an icon. And that's the scope creep, like implementing all of that stuff. I know how to do it, but it will take time, and that's time not finishing the scope of the game as originally outlined. Like, I'm not saying I couldn't do it or that it would never happen, but I want to very specifically keep the scope small so that I can actually finish the game, because finishing the game is more important than making it good, and even more important than like having cool stuff in it. If I can have any amount of cool stuff in it, that's awesome. That's like a fun, neat bonus. But I don't want to find myself in a spot where I have a half-implemented, broken achievement system that doesn't really do anything, feeling that I have to cut it, and then like regretting spending that time and not spending that time on like making the city graphics look nice or whatever it might be. But yeah, so I started work on this late last year. I worked a little bit over the holidays in the beginning of this year, and then I kind of took a break from like January to mid-March. And in the last 3 or 4 weeks, I've been putting some hours into it, like basically every Friday. I don't work on Fridays, so Fridays have become like my game dev day of the week, basically. And some weekends I've done a little bit of work on Saturday and Sunday too. But there's always been like these things, that bite-sized features that I can work on. But right now, there's not as many of them. There's the about screen. That's a small thing. It's just an extension of what I have been doing with the option stuff. So the next things for me to work on was probably going to be that, and like overhauling the UI in game, like I mentioned. So I want to put like a portrait, and I know exactly what the logic is going to be to drive like how that portrait is like animated and reacting to stuff that's happening in the game. The little progress bar that fills up when you're shifting gears, I want to I have an idea for how I want to change that. I want to make the score much more prominent. And I was thinking I might put like a speedometer. So because when you're not at max speed, you can't really tell how close you are to achieving max speed on that gear. So I was thinking a little kind of RPM meter or a speedometer or something with a dial that when it reaches max or getting close to max, you can see that you will start like leveling up. I think that whole thing can sort of vibrate and change colors and do stuff. So even without doing actual graphics for them, like I'm excited to put in those elements to see how they interact with each other. And see, like in terms of like how the game functions, the UI and feedback to the player is part of that. And right now, I think obviously you can ignore the stuff on top and just focus on making the character not bump into stuff and fall down. but I want to have the stuff that's supposed to be in the HUD. It's supposed to be there for a reason, and I want to, like, you know, I put some effort into these little animations for the messages and stuff, and part of that is to experiment to have that on screen and see, all right, if I put that little shift up message there, if I put that motion on that text, how much does that contribute to making that text readable, or at least noticeable out of the corner of my eye when my vision is like focused on other parts of the screen? And you need to put that animation in there to assess that. Same with the colors. Like, obviously the colors chosen for the score stuff is kind of arbitrary and bad. Like when you're in Gear 2, the blue color like totally blends in with the sky, which is obviously, yeah, like this is terrible. But I wanted to make it change colors partially to learn to make sure that I understand how to connect parts of the HUD to other parts of the gameplay logic. But also, like, is it a good idea to change colors? Like, does it help? And I think it does. It doesn't quite work the way it's set up now, the way I want it to, but it works in the sense that without looking at a number, without having to take my eyes off the character, there are elements that I can see in the corner of my eye that can give me information on what gear I'm in, that kind of thing. And that kind of stuff I think is super interesting and fascinating to just dabble with without spending the time on making any individual asset look nice. Just using the stock like UI components to put stuff together and just experimenting with adding a little bit of animation, like that little game over text thing. Like just adding that little motion takes like 5 minutes. If you do that on everything, it takes 5 minutes times everything. But on a few pieces where it kind of matters, just to get a sense of things being a little more lively, and stuff like this, like the transition, it actually serves a few purposes in kind of hiding things and making the transitions feel smoother. But also having it like, it's very satisfying the way it kind of makes the game feel like a real game. Like it adds a feeling of polish that is very satisfying to have there, even if there's a million other things obviously that are not polished at all. So I will probably continue to iterate on a lot of those small things. Like basically the art, the proper art, I feel like is going to be the last thing, which isn't true. I'm probably not going to do sound before I do art, but there are plenty of little things I could and probably want to address before I go back in and like create the final model for the character and start doing all the environment stuff. In fact, the character is probably gonna stick around like this for a while, because the character, I wanted to put a version of the character, and that was important just to get a sense of the readability of the character design and colors and stuff like that. The scale of the character on screen and all of that. So before I put any more effort into the character, I need to put more environment graphics in, because I think even though the graphics obviously are pretty boring right now, they're very readable, they're very clear, and I'm certain that once I start adding all the shit that I want to have, like to make it look like a city, I'm going to introduce a bunch of readability issues, and that's gonna be important to keep in mind whenever I make, like, the character design might have to change to account for that, for example. Or if not the character design, then maybe the animation, or maybe some other aspect that I can't predict right now. But because the environment art also involves some amount of technical planning and design, that's like easily the biggest sort of chunk right now. But there's also other graphical things that I need to learn that I don't know anything about. There's certain VFX things. There's stuff about the character animation. There's stuff with like physics. So the character is supposed to have like a ponytail or like long hair, and I want the character to have long hair so that the hair can move to give a feeling of speed. But I'm not sure what method I will use for it and how that will work and how I do it. So there's stuff like that too. But overall, like I said, Many of the things that I've done now, like the options and the navigations between the different states and having like the reset function and all that, those were all things that I just, at the beginning of this process, had no idea how to do. I had no idea how it works. And it's very satisfying that I've now reached a point where it's like, yep, I figured it out. I got it working. And that makes it feel like the rest of the journey to actually having a finished game is very achievable. And that's a very satisfying feeling. So this is like my first game. It's not the first game I have worked on in a hobby or professional capacity, but by the time I'm releasing it, it's definitely the first game I have developed from beginning to end and released, which is a very... well, I can't say it's a very satisfying thing to do. I haven't done it yet, but it's already pretty satisfying to have gotten this far, and I'm very excited about it. But that's also just a stepping stone, because the intention is to learn things gradually so that my second game can be, you know, something from this book right here, and build on what I've done for Jumper, which, let's see here. Did I even put... oh yeah. Let's be a little secretive here. But we've got Rooftop Jumper. That's a game concept right here. What I'm actually doing in the game doesn't fully match this description, but it is a one-button endless runner. There's no chargeable jumps. That was an idea I had. What does it say? Manage speed to clear gaps. Button in air for second ability? Question mark. Like, what can you do with one button? You can stunt jump for scores. There's obstacles to slow you down. Slopes. It's not a thing currently. It could be. The game would support it if I have non-flat platforms. But yeah, so I've got some ideas. And I don't want to think too hard about what my next game will be. I know which of the ideas in this book are the... which one is the prime candidate. But I'm not done with this game yet, so things might change. I might come up with new ideas, or the things that I am looking to do could change. But I'm feeling very satisfied with this, or very kind of vindicated in a way, because there's a lot of things I've been learning throughout this journey that I've been wanting to learn for many years, that I finally kind of figured out the method that works for me. I figured out how to approach doing this stuff to keep it on an appropriate level of just outside of my comfort zone and current skill set, to make it a challenge and make it satisfying and exciting to learn, but not so far away from my current skill set that it feels daunting and impossible. And also, most importantly, that the size of the scope means that I can actually, it feels achievable and feels doable, and it's not hopeless. Because it's very easy, and I do that too. You know, I have a 70-something page design document in progress for my beat 'em up project, which is like way, like gigantically, orders of magnitude too large to be something for me to realistically take on, you know, to actually make. I enjoyed the exercise of writing a design document and figuring out ideas for how things would work and look and whatever, you know, on paper. But building this game is like such a totally different thing. And the hours I've put into that design doc for the beat 'em up, I mean, you could make that calculus, right? I don't know how many hours I've spent on that. Whereas Jumper, the design doc is like what I just showed you, basically. Now, there's more to it because I've been written like to-do lists and stuff like that. But the entire design of what the game is, even if I accumulated all the time I've done like designing throughout the process, not just like before I started, is a pretty small number of hours. Like, the design of the game is extremely simple. Like, there is very little to it, intentionally, because I've spent, I mean, frankly, I haven't spent that many hours building it either, but let's just say, for the sake of argument, let's say it's 100 hours that I've spent building it. Then I've spent probably 2 hours designing it, or like, you know, coming up with the idea on how it should work. Which means that, like, if I've spent 100 hours on my beat 'em up design document, which is probably not unrealistic. I've been tinkering at it off and on for years. If we were to extrapolate that same rate, which is probably not accurate because it's such a much more complex game, but let's say making it take, well, I mean, I'm also not done with Jumper, so let's say I've put 100 hours into it now, and let's say I put another 100 hours into it before I'm done. These are extremely rough estimates, but let's just say, so that it's 200 hours, two hours of designing and 200 hours of work. If I've done 100 hours of design on the other thing, you know, it balloons into something very large. So the idea is not necessarily building towards making that game, but building on what I learned here so that, you know, this game has a single button input. Maybe my next game will use directions and a button. You know, just something like that. It'll probably still be simple arcadey stuff. Eventually, I would probably want to make action games that have like enemies with behavior. Stuff like that. And, you know, so maybe, for example, maybe game 2 would have like enemies, but not any more advanced inputs. So that maybe game 3, I can learn like inputs and movement, and I can use enemy, you know, just building on it like that. That's kind of the idea. And the fact that this has gone as well as it has filled me with a lot of confidence and excitement that I can make this stuff happen in a way that just hasn't been the case previously. Because years ago, you know, I would mess around with a tutorial for how to make something in Unreal or Unity or whatever, and I just wasn't able to find a way to place that in a larger context or to build off of that. Whereas this game right now is very much a direct evolution of what I was doing with World of Jiggy. And it was almost not even intended that way. It was in the sense that I wanted to learn Unreal Engine. That's part of why I wanted to approach the World of Jiggy stuff like that. But the initial plan was to like make that first version of World of Jiggy, make some mini games for it, make some additional scenes, build on that very gradually, and maybe down the line feel the confidence to like build a game or something. But I didn't really have a clear view of how that would work out. But when I had done what I had done, and I guess basically I had done the first initial scenes, I had done the first minigame, the Death Blow minigame, and basically when I did that, I kind of just had the realization that like, hang on, I've basically made a game. What if I, you know, just learn how to make options and a title screen and like the other wrapping around it to make it feel like a product? If I could do that, I can just make a game. And that's kind of where Jumper was born. Like, because I've just had the realization that I didn't have the realization that I had the skills to make a game, but I had the realization that the skills to make a game, I had some of them, and the ones that I didn't have that are still required are within grasp. They're within reach. Like, I can actually get those skills, and I've already gotten some of them. You know, like I said, the saving a high score in the menu and like all that stuff. These are very specific things that I knew that I didn't know how to do, that I now, you know, I haven't mastered, but at least I have been able to sort of make them and make it work. So I'm personally very invested in this journey. I don't know if anyone else cares, and that's fine. I'm kind of doing it for me, but I'm happy to share it, and I'm looking forward to having a product that I can release properly, and hopefully someone will care. It'd be very gratifying. And if you in fact are already interested or care, the version of the game that you just saw is available for download if you want to try it out. If you have a Windows PC or something that can play PC or Windows games, you can go to my Discord and check out the Jumper channel, and there's a pinned message with links to like publicly available builds. So if you happen to be interested, you can grab a build there, you can try it out, and I would be very interested to hear if anyone has feedback. But no obligation. It's, you know, you don't work for me or anything. So feel free to check it out if you'd like. If you're not interested, that's cool. If you are interested but would rather wait for a more complete version of the game, that's also cool. Any amount of interest shown is appreciated. But if your level of interest stops at like putting up with me ranting about this on stream, you know, I'm thankful for that too. Anyway, like I said, I just wanted to do a little check-in on this for those who might be interested, who aren't following this on my Discord. But that is definitely going to have to be enough. I've been live for 6.5 hours. I have not had lunch, and it is now almost 5 p.m. That seems like something I should address. So let me see who we're gonna raid. Oh yeah, dude, Rebel Kumite is happening. The LCQ is right now. I definitely want to watch that. You know what? Fuck it. I just feel bad. I don't want to raid someone that I'm not even gonna watch. So let's not do that. You can come along with me and watch Street Fighter 6 on Red Bull's channel. You can peace out if you would like. That's okay. Either way, thank you very much for sticking with me this far. I should be back Monday. I would consider it unlikely that I will have figured out the whole DVD James Bond trivia game situation by then. It is possible, but otherwise we'll probably just do some other random bullshit. And we'll just have to see what it is. But until then, take care. Have a nice rest of your weekend. Thank you again for hanging out. And I'll see you next. Goodbye.